Honk.
That's what I'm talking about. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Friday stream, and Happy New Year. Welcome to the first day of 2021. If you are within the sound of my voice, no matter where you are listening to this, it is officially next year. It is officially 2021. Thank God. we somehow survived, those of you listening here today, and we all made it, and we're here. And oh my goodness. I don't know. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel today, and mostly I think I just felt kind of weary, just kind of sort of like, whew, just kind of, man. And that is obviously something which is not going to pass for some time, because obviously it's going to take a very long time to heal from the terrible body blows that we've taken, especially over the last year. But man, it is nice to get into a new year and to not, be able to talk about 2021 instead of 2020. And I hope you had a peaceful and safe new year and that you're looking forward to the beginning of a new season. It is a new season. It is a new year. Hopefully it is a chance for new outlooks and new things happening and all that kind of good stuff. And so I am excited to be with all of you as always as we enter a new year of work on the channel, as we enter what is going to be closing in on, let's see, it's going to be 2021. So as of April, I think it's 12th of this year, I will have been streaming for 9 years. So it'll be 9 years streaming anniversary in April, which is hard to believe. But anyway, that's our plan. So looking forward to it. Yes, and 18 days until the turkey is cooked. Amen to that. That's very true too, Dragon Spear. So everyone hang in there. I do want to mention, though, very quickly, that if you are a voter, a United States voter in Georgia, it is not over yet. If you have already early voted and you're living in Georgia, great. But if you haven't early voted, remember, this Tuesday coming up is a huge runoff election for the Senate. And then we can, collectively kind of take a breath, because at that point we'll be done with electoral politics for a while. Yeah, so hang in there, keep working and donating and calling and texting and postcarding and all that stuff, and obviously voting. But we're getting there. We're getting there. But in any case, it's very nice to be in the midst of a new year, and I hope everyone had a happy new year. And welcome everybody to more Final Fantasy VII Remake. Before we get underway, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Really trying to push subscriptions on the YouTube channel if I can. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, we can actually monetize that, which would make it a viable safe haven if anything ever is to happen to Twitch. I certainly hope that's not the case, but it's just good to be prepared and sort of be thinking ahead. So please be considering doing that. It's free for you, but it would definitely help me out if you're able to jump over and subscribe there. I think we're sitting at about 675 or so subscribers over on YouTube, and I'm really trying to get some more people over there. So please consider doing that. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Well over 200 now. I think maybe 208 or 209, maybe 210 members, which is great. And hopefully that continues to grow. That's always got some great stuff happening over there. !Arv Tweets is my Twitter, where you can follow me and you will hear when I'm going live or when other things come up. Thank you for those of you who liked my picture of my tweet with my daughter. It was a good sign of 2021. She wanted to see the ball drop. I don't know if I guess she's seen it drop once or twice in her life, but not many times. And so my wife was asleep with my son, and she was like, will we be able to see it? And so I said, sure. And we came downstairs, and the remote, the TV remote, the batteries were dead, and the TV, this particular TV is not easy to handle manually. Like, the remote is one of the few ways to get channels to change or whatever. And so I'm like, I have to go run to the fridge, get out a couple of AA batteries, replace the AA batteries, come back. And we got back to the channel literally as it was like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we saw it. We got there, and I was like, maybe that is a sign. Like, 2020 was trying to destroy us one last time, just one last little shot in the ribs on the way out, and 2021 was like, maybe this was the restoration of order, maybe something like that is going to happen. So was I disappointed? Oh, you mean in terms of there being too many? No, not really, Coven. When you consider how many people are usually, it is a madhouse. It is a zoo most of the time down there, honestly, Coven. And so the fact that they restricted it, no, thank you, Mrs. Dunzel. Thank you for liking it. But when they restricted it, yeah, I know that, Coven, but honestly, so many people, that was a small, tiny fraction of what it normally is. I mean, of course, it would have been better if there were zero, but honestly, under the circumstances, I'm not going to complain too much about that. My concern is about some of the pictures that you see with people who are doing freaking conga lines and stuff like that in an environment where they absolutely should not be doing it. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this today because I want us to focus on the pleasant days of the year to come. But yeah, I was fairly pleased with what I saw there. Also, a couple people, I don't know if people noticed this or in the Discord, but I saw some of those South Korea pictures from South Korean New Year and the drones. Some of the light show stuff with the drones are insane. Like, it really does make the fireworks just look like old style fireworks, just look kind of like a joke when you can see some of the stuff that they're able to do with the drones. I was super impressed. I'm like, man, that is, and I kind of like fireworks anyway, but these were like hardcore. I was like, man, that is pretty cool. So anyway, so yes, so supporting the Discord would be great too. The Twitter with our !ARV tweets, and the website for this is arvineleron.com. You will notice, by the way, that the podcasts have begun to be released again. Rudy Basso, our amazing audio editor for Speculate, is back on the job with the Curse of Strahd shows, and so has been releasing those regularly, and so they are back on track now. And so just by way of, for those of you who followed the Curse of Strahd campaign, they are just about to leave in the audio version Argynvostholt. So this is well before Dot even joined the campaign, and so yeah, we got another year's worth of audio work before Curse of Strahd is finished. But that's cool. You know, I knew that it was going to run behind the video version. It was interesting to see. So it's going to be great. So over those drones used as light display. Really, Echo? See, I don't know. I have to say, I really liked the drones. I just thought it was really cool to watch. I don't know. And I did see that, Dragon. That's true. I did see that. But I mean, the South Korea one, though, was nuts. Like, the Biden one was cool, but the South Korea one was crazy. If you get a chance to look at that thing in the Discord, I was really impressed. Anyway, so again, website for this is arvineleron.com. On the financial side, !ARV Shop is the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond merchandise, Adventures of Middle-earth merchandise, and soon-to-be Esper Genesis merchandise, so please check that out. !ARV Treon, sitting at 20 patrons, $177 per month. Again, that has slipped a little bit over the last month or so I'm hoping that we're able to get some more support and have people jump on board. I definitely understand the circumstances given what we're dealing with in a global pandemic, but if people are able to support, that's much appreciated. It definitely does make a difference when putting money back into the channel and elsewhere. So thank you for those of you who have been able to do that. Also good stuff for you as well. And last but certainly not least on that front is the sub button, which a few of you have already done. Excuse me. Which a few of you have already done, and subscribing to the channel is always helpful, so please consider jumping on board with that. And again, you get inspirations for the players and things like that, which reminds me, I do need to reset the inspiration list, and I know about writing the Patreon newsletter, but I need to reset the inspiration list. So I will do that. Yeah, so I'll do that. Hey, what's up, Hillness? Yes. So happy New Year, Hillness, and happy New Year, everybody, again. So yeah, so that is the deal with that. Again, really does make a difference for the channel. And of course, the publishing stuff, !Icarus for more details about my Icarus graphic novel. Got a royalty statement from Athos Arts, which was nice, with some of the sales that we had for the Icarus books. And I'm hoping that more of that is going to happen. I'm hoping we're going to get more of that going on. So again, any support that people can give towards that is very much appreciated. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. Should be any moment that's going to be in the Tennessee warehouse and then getting shipped out to everywhere. Again, pandemic has slowed everything down, but we're speeding things up now, thankfully. So that is the 5e Adventure Sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And !Grayshade KS. Again, I'm going to be talking more about this probably starting next week. I will be talking more about the Grayshade Kickstarter, which is set to launch in early February, and which is going to be a really big one for me. A lot of good stuff happening with that, so that is going to be very cool. And last but certainly not least, !BLM. It is a new year, but that does not mean that our commitment has wavered one bit to the cause of Black Lives Matter. This continues to be significant and important, and so please, !BLM, to find out ways that you can continue to affirm and assert and learn about the importance of keeping and protecting Black lives through political advocacy, through education, and of course through financial resources and donation as well. And Point Help Now, the suicide prevention line, the suicide prevention page, I should say, for the World Health Organization. Again, difficult holiday season for a lot of people, although now we're moving past it, and especially difficult in the pandemic. And that we are not moving past yet. We're going to be moving past it, but we still have a few dark months ahead before the vaccine really starts to take hold. So we need to hang in there, continue to use our masks, continue to use social distancing, and continue to be smart. And remember that we are not an island and that we owe each other our support as well. New year, the same old Arv. Well, I mean, I guess. I think there's some changes, but not from one day to the next, I would say. But always a pleasure to have everyone with us today. All right, last thing I want to talk about today is about the schedules. I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to turn on that. I'm going to turn on that. Oh, the latest lawsuit was thrown out? That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. All I'm going to say about this is go, if you haven't seen it already, I've talked about it before, go look for the downfall. Look for the downfall video that is available everywhere on YouTube, which has been the source of 1,000 memes. Just go look up the downfall video. That's where we are with this guy. Last days, people. We just got to hold it out. Last days. And it's been just as ugly and as terrible and as just, as we would have thought, but last days. Okay, a couple things I want to talk about today before I get to, or one thing I want to talk about before schedule, and I just want to give thanks to my friend Carlos Hernandez because Carlos sent me a present. Back in July, you will remember, we had JulyCon, which was done to support the Octavia E. Pudler Memorial Scholarship. And we had a big D&D event that was a part of this with Rick Riordan and a bunch of authors, including Carlos himself. And it was a big thing on this channel, and we had a big, turnout for it and all that stuff. So Carlos said that he wanted to thank everyone for this. So he actually sent out these, and I talked about this on GOG, but it got sent to me after my last stream on this channel. So these are 2 dice that he sent out, and I don't know if you can see. I'd have to turn on the autofocus, but let me turn this off for a second. So that's a little bit better. We have 2 dice, and one of these is 3D printed, and one of these is resin. But you can see that that's got Rick, like the RR, the Rick Riordan symbol for the 20. And you've got those things over there. And it was very nice. And these have a nice roll. 15, 11, 13, 15, 8, 15, 1, 8, 2, 1, 9, 3, 1, 1, 2, 2. So never mind, these dice suck. No, I'm just kidding. 17. Okay, there we go. So there's that, and then we've got this too. You want one with GAW on it? Oh, that's sweet. So yeah, and then this one. This one is by Carlos's own admission. This one is not really that roll worthy. It's kind of pretty, but it's probably not much of a roll. But this thing's solid right here. This is what we got. 17, like that. Yeah. I think a lot of that may be related to just Facebook in general, Jedi, which I'm spending almost no time on now. I think the last time I was on Facebook was like a month and a half ago. This will be the year, I think, where I will finally make the switch off of Facebook entirely. It's just a cesspool, and there's nothing good going on there anymore. Twitter has lots of its own problems, but at least Twitter, I think, has enough. It hasn't gotten to the state that Facebook is. Facebook is just actively trying to throw things in the bad direction at this point. So I understand a lot. It's a big thing for a lot of people, but the time has come to move away to something different. No, I get it. And I understand that for some people I get that that's the case for some folks, that it's one of the best things in terms of staying in contact with people. But I mean, exactly. I think eventually, gradually moving people away. There are definitely, people that often are like, oh, you didn't see that? I'm like, I'm not on Facebook. But that's happening more and more, where a lot more people are telling people they're not on Facebook. And that's the way this works, so that we basically pull away from this terrible, scourge, and that sort of thing. But yeah, pretty much, Prince Justin, pretty much that's the deal. Oh no, Coven, oh no. Time to burn those dice ritually. Anyway, so I wanted to thank Carlos for sending those dice. That was very nice of him, and all that. Also wanted to thank I have it packed away at the moment, but I wanted to thank Mike Smith, Screaming Joypad, for sending me a lovely Christmas gift of a treasure chest with a kind of surprise. It's basically a mimic chest, and it was kind of funny. So I am thankful that I got a an unexpected present from him. That was cool. But yes, I hope and that happened after Christmas, so I hadn't known about this yet. But I hope everyone is doing well. And what's up, Arudnell? I hope everyone's doing well, and I hope people are ready for some fun times in January. So, speaking of that, I have put together what looks to be a jam-packed January. It looks like a very busy and fun schedule. This is, as always, tentative in the first couple of days. This is going to take a couple of days to shake out. But the sort of general shape of it looks like this. Final Fantasy VII Remake today and tomorrow. On Monday the 4th, we have Sod returning with the Grumbler's Guide to Temple of Elemental Evil. I know we have a enthusiastic crew, fan of that show. On Tuesday at noon Eastern, we have the Way of the Tiger Assassin Gamebook Illustration stream with Terry Toons. That'll probably be the last one for that particular book, I think. So that'll be cool. And then we've got more Pen and Pixels of Vaporum Lockdown. I'm really hoping, I don't know that we're going to be able to totally wrap it up. I'm hoping that we'll be able to get close, though, so that the following week I can wrap it up, because after that it's going to be a couple of weeks until I can get back to it, but I'll talk more about that as we go. So that's Tuesday the 5th, two great shows there. Friday the 8th, we have got Esper Genesis, so a week from today, we have the return of Esper Genesis at 8:30 p.m. as usual. On Saturday the 9th, we have the epic conclusion of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm pretty sure that after tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday, that ought to be enough. That's basically going to get us another 9 to 10 hours of play, and I think that ought to be enough for us to wrap Final Fantasy VII Remake, and we'll finish one of the more enjoyable experiences I've had playing a game in a while. It's really, I've just loved this game so much. Sunday the 10th, we return to Brandon O'Brien Sundays with the special joint Speculate Twitch event of Blades in the Dark. That'll be happening Sunday the 10th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Monday the 11th, we have Emberwind makes its return at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Ember crew. On Tuesday the 12th, we have a busy day. Adventures in Middle-earth makes its return, Erebor Adventures at noon Eastern. And then 4 p.m. Eastern, we have, again, the second and what I hope will be final session of Vaporum Lockdown. And then at 9 p.m. Eastern, we have the Our Vocalists with Paper Mario the Origami King. That'll be happening on Tuesday the 12th. Wednesday the 13th, Community D&D with our DM Shadowed Mage will be making its triumphant return at 9 p.m. So the Shadow crew will be back on board as of Wednesday the 13th. Friday the 15th, we will be premiering, again I hope, we will be premiering Inkle's Sorcery series. Again, the Seven Serpents. So we played books 1 and 2 of this. Excuse me. One sec. Sorry, had a frog in my throat. So on, where was I? Yes, Friday the 15th. Friday the 15th, we've done the first two books in the Sorcery series, Shamatanti Hills and Kare City of Traps. Both are really, really cool. And it was about over a year ago that we actually did the last of those, of the second book. So now on the 15th, we will be continuing that series with book 3, the Seven Serpents. Now, Inkle's Sorcery is awesome. Like, it has basically taken the Sorcery game books and made them even better, if that's possible. And the Seven Serpents is supposedly one of the best. The original game book was incredible. And supposedly Inkle did all these amazing things to it. So this is a chance where chat's going to be able to work together with us, and it's going to be fun. So I'm looking forward to doing that. That's going to be Friday the 15th. On Saturday the 16th, we have D&D with Infinity and Beyond, and we have another premiere, the premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha. This is our high-level mini-campaign with Infinity and Beyond. This will feature 4 of the original members, so it'll feature, or essentially original members, John Helfers, Trendane, Sod, and GC Darkside Rob. So it'll be those 4 that'll be doing this Palace of the Red Pasha. We will have that going on for a few months, probably through My guess is maybe April, maybe late March into April, something like that, before we do our campaign, which will start sometime mid-year, which will be a longer campaign of Eberron. That's our next big campaign that we're doing. So this will be a chance to return to the workings of Cade and Fifely and Ryuvi and Cade, Fifely, Ryuvli, and Gromnir, and you'll have a chance to kind of get back to seeing them also at their high level state. So that's going to be really cool. So that's happening on Saturday the 16th. Sunday the 17th, we have the return of Soundclash the Clampdown returning to you, hopefully with our new video intro in place. If not by the 17th, then hopefully by the 31st we should have it back. So that is the hope, but I'm excited for that when we actually get there. You sent me a Christmas New Year's gift on Steam. Oh, really? We will see. Let me see. Let me fire up Steam and check it out, Burner. Oh, you sent me 3 gifts. So we have basically the through. Wow, 4, 5. Wow, you just sent me a ton of like Ease. So we've got, let me see, I think that's how you pronounce it, right? So we've got Ease, the Oath and Felgana. We've got Ease Origin. We've got Ease 1 and 2 Chronicles. We've got Ease 6, the Ark of Napishtim. We've got Ease 7. We've got Ease 8, Lacrimosa of Dana. Wow, thank you, man. That is a lot of and I've never played any of the E's. I am accepting these gifts as we speak. Wow. Thank you, Burner. That's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. I've never played any of the E's games. I don't, so I am looking forward to them. I don't know why it's taking forever to accept these. You could kind of get to that. That would be great. They're on sale. You can buy them on GOG.com. Oh, well, if they were available on GOG.com, I probably could have just gotten them from GOG for free, to be honest. Oh, man, I wish I had done that before I had accepted these gifts, Jedi. I feel bad. Because I could probably just get them for free from GOG if I'm going to stream them. If I was going to just play them, then I wouldn't be able to do that. The games are loosely connected. Less 2021, more 2020 New Game Plus. No. No. There is no New Game Plus going on here. Those games. Okay. Cool. All right. I'm not going to install any of them yet, though. Okay, there they all are. Arzamini. Thank you. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that, Burner. Thank you. Thank you for the generosity. I appreciate it. I shall take those into account. Now, again, I have a lot of stuff on the docket, so it's going to depend on whether this gets picked up by the game of the month or you know the drill. But thank you, Burner. I appreciate that. Okay, so where was I? That was Soundclash the Clampdown, right. Then Monday the 18th, we have Temple of Elemental Evil again, Gromnir's Guide, once again. Tuesday the 19th, we have again Adventures in Middle-earth, Airborne Adventures. And then at 4 p.m. on the 19th, we have the first of 2 consecutive role-playing events on Pen and Pixels over at GOG. D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder is going to be happening that Tuesday at 4 p.m. Friday, the 22nd at 8:30 p.m., we have Esper Genesis again. And then Saturday, the 23rd, we have, if all goes well, the premiere of Metroid Prime. Now, remember, every other month, I do D&D with viewers every other month, and every other month that I'm not doing D&D, I do 1 session a month of Metroid. I just finished up Metroid Fusion. And so that leaves Metroid Prime as the next series. Now, I love the Metroid Prime games, but I will be honest, I played the first Metroid Prime on GameCube, and I don't have a GameCube anymore, and the Metroid Prime that I have now would be coming through, God help me, the Wii Virtual Console. I wish Switch would get its butt in gear, and Nintendo would get its butt in gear and put this on Switch. It's so maddening to me the way Nintendo handles things, but they do what they do. But Prime is the first of the 3D Metroids. It is incredible. It's a great series. Metroid Prime is a great game. by Retro Studios. And so I am going to be playing this. I think the good news is I've been getting really frustrated with the capture situation with the Wii, but I think part of that was because of my Elgato, which, as all of you know, I had more than a few irritations with. This is with my new AverMedia Live Gamer Duo, and I'm hoping that that is going to make a difference in terms of how this captures. So we'll see. Oh, Cujo. Do you want to start 2021 with a ban, Cujo? Really? Is that how you want to begin this? Love you, man. Hope everything's going well. No, it is not my favorite Metroid game. Should not be anyone's favorite game. It is a terrible game and a terrible Metroid game and an abomination, embarrassment to the series. But anyway, so yes, so that is going to be on Saturday the 23rd. If all goes well, we will premiere Metroid Prime, which is going to be cool because again, it's a great game. Monday the 25th is Emberwind again. Tuesday the 26th, we have the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which is going to be whatever you decide it is. And then over on Pen and Pixels, over on GOG again, we are going to have on Pen and Pixels the premiere of Talisman Adventures. This is the new tabletop role-playing game, which Pegasus Spiele, the company which makes that game, has sponsored me in a campaign for that, and it's going to have the same D&D with GOG players, so Pyron Jade, Tasty Chai, Screaming Joypad, Mike Smith, Peripheral Mike, and Darksaber 2K. They are going to be playing a mini campaign of Talisman also over on GOG. So we're going from once a month of playing role-playing over there to twice a month. So it's going to be Storm King's Thunder and then the premiere of Talisman. Again, Talisman is a mini campaign right now. I don't expect that's going to last much longer than a few months. But again, it's possible if they start releasing more, if people really like it, if the players really like it, we could revisit that. But my plan, at least initially, is to have a mini campaign of a few months worth, basically over on GOG. So we will see how that all goes. Then Wednesday, the 27th, we have more community D&D again with the Shadow Crew, with Dragon of Icespire Peak. Friday the 29th, we have more of Inkle's Sorcery, the Seven Serpents. Saturday the 30th is more D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Palace of the Red Pasha. And we wrap up a very busy month on Sunday the 31st with Sound Clash, the Clampdown again. So basically between here and the 31st, in 31 days, we will be streaming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 days out of 31 days, we will have content on this channel in the month of January, which is great. Again, some of those will not involve me. The ones on Brandon, of course, do not involve me. Emberwind does not involve me. SOD does not involve me. And Community D&D does not involve me directly in terms of game mastering or playing. But still, it's content that is all great. I try to watch as many of those games as I can. And so it's going to be awesome. So I'm excited. It's going to be cool. It's going to be great. It's going to be good stuff. Oh, he's doing Talisman tomorrow. Oh, sweet. That's going to be good stuff. So anyway, that's going to be awesome. And yeah, he loves Talisman as much as I do. So that's going to be awesome. So we have a very busy and exciting January to come. But today and tomorrow, it is Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I'm very excited for it. Happy New Year, Elias. And so with all that said, the time has come, folks. Let us get into it. Let us go and kick Shinra's butt. Let's do it. Okay. So yeah, it looks like my controller is no longer the battery's dead. It looks like it's no longer charging anymore, which is a shame. I mean, I've had this DualShock for a while. This that I got for the PS4. I could just get another one if I had to, but it's a good controller too. I like it. I mean, it's not a big deal, honestly, because I mean, where I play right now, it's not like I play on a couch with my TV like 50 feet away from me. So at the moment, it's not a big deal to just have it stay attached, basically. And if I'm playing on my computer, the situation is the same. But, you know, so. Oh, the last times I posted, is there any chance of Wulin coming back this year? There is. It's not up to me, Coven. It's really up to Lowell Francis. I am on record as having told him that I would love to see that return. I know the players all wanted to return. Everybody on Wulin, Joyce Chung and Mike and Kat and Sod and of course Lowell himself. All four of the players wanted to return, and Lowell was like, well, because he had a bunch of other stuff going on. I'm going to try to reach out to him again, but basically it's up to him. I thought it was a great campaign. I thought they did a great job with it. And it was different content as well, and I always love that. But it's not my call, quite honestly. It's up to whether he can GM it, because God knows I don't have time to learn how to GM something else. So I am not going to be doing any of that in the near future. So, so I don't know. I'm going to try. I know that a lot of people liked it, and I certainly did too. But it's up to me. Yeah. No, he has not actually gotten to me, and it's been over a year, a little over a year actually, since that happened. So, what's up, JLC? Yeah, it's strange, Helness, because like if I unplug this, I'm not sure if it shows. I guess it doesn't show it. But if you unplug it, it shows that it's only getting to about a third of the way charged. And I thought that maybe that meant that the cable wasn't doing its job, except that, I mean, if I plug in the cable, the controller will go forever. So obviously the cable is working. It's just that the controller really isn't charging particularly over where it was. So, it's not like a huge deal. Honestly, the thing that I'm working towards right now is just to be able to get the Sony A5100 or A6000 camera so that I can plug that in. I had a chance to do a couple of tests using, I think I told everyone this, my daughter has her grandfather got the Rebel EOS T5, like a used one a couple of years ago for photography. It's an incredible camera. It's expensive camera, but it's older and it wasn't designed to do essentially webcam streaming. There is a webcam utility that you can use, but it's not the quality that you want. The quality that I have in these is better than those. The real key is getting HDMI. I just did a couple of tests though. Oh my goodness, does the image look incredible when you just have the HDMI connected. It looks absolutely gorgeous, but the problem is that it's not a clean HDMI out, which means that you've got all this gobbledygook from the viewfinder screen that still shows up on the screen on OBS, and the only way to take that out is to install this special firmware, which is open source and which technically voids your warranty, and it does all these things that I am loath to go down that road, especially when, from everything I understand, there's questions of whether it might overheat, and it just wasn't designed for this. It's also really heavy, and so I would need to have some other way to kind of mount it rather than just putting something on top of a monitor. So I'm thinking of either the A5100 or 6000, and that'll be really the last big sort of tech upgrade on the stream. After that, the only thing I would really be upgrading is periodically the graphics card, and as situations warrant, but that's pretty much it. Everything else is set. I have a lighting panel in place now. I have my 3 monitors set up now. I have the right cabling running from place to place now. I have a great graphics, incredible capture card now. So honestly, I'm good. The camera is my last thing, and so we'll see about that. It is not started yet, JLC, and I'm glad that you loved it. I really enjoyed it a lot myself, and it was a pleasure to be able to GM, and it's good to see you, JLC. No, it is not started yet. I actually just went through the schedule just before you popped on. It's going to be going live in 2 weeks, I believe it is. I think it is 2 weeks from tomorrow. So the 16th will be the premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha, which is the high-level return to Tyranny of Dragons campaign using those characters. And we'll be playing that for a few months. It's like a mini campaign, basically. And then when April rolls around, somewhere between late April, that will come to an end. And then we will set up for the next big full campaign, which is going to be an Eberron campaign. And I don't even have the players established for that. I have some players that I have a good sense. A lot of the INB crew will be making its return, but not all of them necessarily. And so I have to and then maybe we may have some new people added to the mix. So every time you begin a new campaign, you have to kind of reassess who's able to stay in and who isn't. And obviously I love staying with as much of this crew as I can, but it's dependent on their timing and all that kind of stuff. So that is the plan. What's up, Rising Tides? No, well, it did sit completely discharged for a time, actually, Coven. It did, but I don't know, I don't know how long, not like for years though. So I don't know. I'll have to double check. Yeah, I'm excited about it, JLC. It's going to be great. Good to see you, Rising Tides. I was just talking about you, actually. I was just talking about you and your Sunday streams. So it's going to be good times. And yeah. And we also are going to be talking some Speculate stuff down the road here in the not too distant future, folks, because we, Brandon and Mike and myself, have plans, some pretty... Yeah, I mean, they're going to be pretty cool. Who knows how many of them will fully come to fruition, But I think, are we're going to be talking about a lot of potential stuff for Speculate, including continuing to broaden the stuff. There's some stuff already that we know in terms of the games that will be offered. We're going to be adding some other games that we will be including and stuff like that. So we already know about that, but there's other things in the works that we're going to be chatting about some on Sunday. So hopefully we'll have some good news for you about that. It's very exciting. We have that going on. We have the, as I say, the Gray Shade Kickstarter. I'm very excited about. Icarus. I'm still submitting Winnie and Wormwood to a lot of places, and I'm very proud of that book and hoping for the best there. So we've all got our things that we're working on, and so hopefully that will be good stuff. I did finish the Shinra Museum bit. I did indeed. And right now I am. There we go. Right now I am. I think I just dealt with most of the Hojo stuff, and most of the lab stuff. Although I need to remember exactly where I stopped, but it's somewhere in there. But we're closing in, so. Yeah, Prince Justin. I love Eberron so much in terms of the setting, world building, everything about it. So I'm very excited for Eberron. I kind of cheated before by having a Warforged in my regular D&D campaign. In fact, in this very campaign that will be recommencing with Palace of the Red Pasha. Although that character, spoiler, but that character didn't make it out of the end of Tyranny of the Dragons campaign, so they will not be continuing. But yeah, I love this guy. I mean, what is not to love? Halfling barbarians with dinosaur mounts, artificers, warforged, airships, steam rails with electrical rails with elementals powering them. Like, what is not to love? Like, super cool. So, yeah. Yeah, that is a good scene, Illness, for sure. That's cool, Burner. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it out. Also, sorry, last thing I promised, then I'll shut up and we'll move into Final Fantasy. So I've had a chance to play a few more runs of Hades, and I've actually gotten past the Bone Hydra, and I've gotten all the way to halfway done with the boss of Elysium. And I can definitely see the appeal. I still feel as I'm playing it that I'm liking it in spite of myself. I still don't love the rogue-like sort of mechanisms. I still don't love the do it over and over and over again. I don't love that. But they did do everything they could to mitigate my biggest issues with roguelikes or roguelites. They really did. They made a huge effort to try to make it feel like you're making forward progress all the time. Really in a sort of surprisingly impressive way. So kudos to Supergiant. I don't know whether it still rises to the level for me of a game that I'm like, yes, every second I want to be playing, because it still is a roguelike or light, however you come to it. But it's sort of like, it reminds me a little bit of Jedi Fallen Order in that I loved Jedi Fallen Order despite the fact that I don't love Dark Souls combat, and I didn't love their combat. And I have really been impressed with Hades despite the fact that the whole premise of the game as a roguelike or roguelite is not my bag. And so, yeah, it's been interesting to sort of see that work. That's it, Prince Justin, that's it. And it's funny, it reminds me also of Shadowrun a bit in this sense. So it's noir, right? That's, Keith Baker himself has said that. It's noir. It's got a little bit of a darkness to it. And normally that's not my bag. Like, my favorite thing is epic or high fantasy. And yet I have to admit that Eberron appeals to me despite that, because it's not depressing. And I think the reason it's not is for the same reason that Shadowrun isn't. There's a lot of vibrancy to Shadowrun, despite the fact that it's dystopian and it's, near future depressing, corporations, blah, blah, blah. But it's not depressing, though. Despite all that, it never felt to me, Shadowrun, like a chore. A lot of these games, I'm just like, it's a chore. I don't want to read Grimdark. I don't want to play Grimdark stuff. We lived through Grimdark in 2020. Like, I don't, and yet Shadowrun kind of escapes that. And this game, Eberron feels the same way to me. There's a vibrancy. metaphorical color palette is that much brighter. And there's more emphasis on group orientation. The fact that you can have group patrons in Eberron, I think is really cool. The idea that you come in with a party with a group orientation, like journalists for a newspaper, or members of the King's Lanterns, like their spy organization or something, where like everyone's part of this crew to begin with. That's also neat to me. So there's a lot of Eberron that I'm very excited about. And yes, it blends things very well. It's sort of a great mashup, but it just, so much really evocative storytelling, I think, is possible with that. So we need a utopian future game. Well, there are some of the games that are out there are more based on that kind of principle, actually, Jonas. So, okay, here we go. So we're in the midst of the drum, and I think, right, we need to get number 4 open. Shoot. Right, we need to get 4 open. I don't remember how to do that. Oh, I love this sword. Is so sweet looking. Yeah, I mean, Modiphius, of course, makes a Star Trek RPG, which I've never actually played. Right. Help me out on that.
Please.
It's a PHS terminal. Call up Tifa. See if they can get to the central terminal.
That's what we're going to plan to do. Whoa, what the hell?
Hey, you okay down there?
Oh, that's not good. What? Whoa, suddenly the speech glitched out. Okay, you can see Red. Defeat nearby enemies and save Red 13 before he's overcome. Oh, snap.
Right. On it.
Okay, now it's back.
Tifa, you there?
Is something wrong?
Red fell to your level. Can you try to get to him?
Oh no! Come on!
Okay, let's go.
I won't give up.
Oh, I hate these things. Damn it.
Watch yourself.
You okay?
One more shot.
Okay,
Keep it up. Back to good now.
Come on.
Can you handle that?
I got this.
okay. Okay, cool.
There! You're down! Here! Get him! Bring it! Kinda hurt!
Pretty weak.
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Keep it up! You asked for it! That one's for you! Giving it my all! Get him! Ah!
You can do better than that. Much better.
Okay, sorry, folks. Okay. I will talk to everybody in just a moment.
Gotcha! There! Bring it!
Thank you.
Hang in there! There! Give it up! Beat them! Give him your all! See ya! Finish him off!
Freaking love Shock Trooper, man.
Moving on then.
Let's see. Okay.
Sorry for the wait. Now, let's get this over with. Stay back!
Ow!
Come on! Heads up!
Sorry, folks. I can't focus at all on chat at the moment.
I've got you covered. That's it! Yeah! Fine! That was close. Go on!
Stay strong.
Dude, so much love for Star Shower. Sorry, chat. Still can't focus. Oh, dang. Audio cut.
Have Cloud and Barrett found anything?
There we go.
Actually, they just found the entrance to the 4th ward. But to unlock it, they have to access the central terminal, which they cannot do from their position.
Maybe we can get to it instead.
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, that was sweet. That was sweet. I read the other day, someone told me that that the reason Red 13 was not a playable character is because they felt that they didn't... I don't remember if it was maybe Diginferno. Somebody posted on one of my YouTube videos of this that it was because they felt that Red 13 wasn't going to be in the game, this part of the game, for long enough for it to make it sense to make him this fully playable character. So they just made him a really cool NPC with the promise that in part 2, he's going to be a fully playable character. So long as he's a fully playable character in the end, because I love Red 13. So it's freaking sweet. Okay, now I apologize for all of my not being able to focus on chat. Whack-a-mole things are not fun. Yeah, I do not like those sledgeworm things suck. Kickstarter back at early version of new Stargate RPG. Oh, cool. Yeah. Stargate should lean toward heroic. Is there yeah. That would be exciting. Has there ever been a situation... Oh, I can upgrade weapons. Has there been a Final Fantasy tabletop role-playing game? It feels like there must be, and I'm just forgetting it. But I'm curious if there ever was, because, man. Oh, charge rate. 10% boost. That's tough. You know what? Star Shower is so good that I think I may get that boost. Because Star Shower is so clutch. They have a card game. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Which again, I'm cool with it so long as that's the case. If that's not the case, then I'm going to have a problem. Because, like, Red 13 was one of my favorite, maybe my favorite character of Final Fantasy VII. And so... And again, I think it's because they did such a good job in making him not just this sort of, even in his like demeanor, this sort of savage, like, it wasn't what he was about. He was just kind of this like really interesting, almost thoughtful, but also druidic type of character. It was really cool. You know what's funny? So I actually never found Vincent in Final Fantasy VII. You don't have to have him. I mean, I think maybe it's like as an NPC, but not as a playable character. And I never found Yuffie to be that interesting, frankly. I was always like, Yuffie's fine, but I was always like, whatever, Yuffie. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Potions? I did need magic points, that's okay. That's funny, is Terma. Yeah, like I know some people, and I remember some people talking about him and me being like, what? It was like oh god, in Baldur's Gate, the evil wizard, what is his name? Zathar or something. Again, he was a guy that I never played with, and there's so many people who were like, oh, this is great because I get to play with this guy. I never played with him as a character. I can't remember what the heck his name was. X something. Was it Zahn? Yeah, he was the evil guy who's kind of not all there. Basically, he's a little nuts, and yeah, and I never played him, and people were just sort of like, so they would make all these references. I'm like, did everybody in Baldur's Gate play this except for me? Like,
Off I go.
Czar, that's what it is. Yeah. He's the guy whose picture is like he looks like this, like this weird portrait. So.
Look, an elevator.
Love how they never notice like how creepy the pods are over them that they're jumping on.
And it's not moving.
The professor still has plans for us, I presume.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
All that remains is the Fourth Ward. We must trust in Cloud and Barret to see it through.
Let's do this!
Shoot.
Keep it up!
That's a great shot. Look at Red 13's like freaking awesome.
There! That's it! One more shot!
Oh shoot.
See ya!
Oh, I thought.
You're down! Yeah! Finish him off! Ha! It's over!
Okay.
That wasn't so bad.
Sweet. Right, okay. Right, right. And I didn't know that until later on. I mean, remember, I'm playing these games basically. So, I mean, Final Fantasy VII I play... Give me 1 second. Final Fantasy VII I'm playing for the first time in the probably... Final Fantasy VII comes out when? 97? Maybe? 98? And so I'm playing this... because I played a lot of Final Fantasy VII in graduate school when I was doing my doctoral work. And so I'm thinking probably 97, 98. So I'm probably... At the time that was... So the point is, the internet is there, but it's definitely not what it is now. So it's not like you just jump on, like, if I want to jump on, you know, and play Final Fantasy, I've still got, I mean, I don't have dial-up at that point. I think I do have another kind of modem that I'm using, but it's not that fast, and it's not, you know, so it's just, it's not quite the same situation as now where you just jump on, it's all good. 97, yeah.
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
This was a good idea, right?
Yep.
I mean...
Well, let's go give the others the news.
How do we give the others the news? Oh, here we go. Yeah, what's dial-up?
Yeah. We found an elevator on our side.
Good. Glad to hear it.
But we can't use it for some reason.
Hojo did something, I know it.
There's only one thing we can do. We need to head to the 4th Ward, just like he wants.
We unlocked it on our side. You should be able to get in.
Thanks. Wait for us there.
Okay.
Right. Now we head back to that door.
Oh, God. We head back to that door in just a moment after we deal with these dudes. We head back to that door after we wipe out these guys. These guys. Okay. Hello, gents.
Give him hell.
Let's go.
Nice. That went well. Okay. Before we do any of this, we restock. Oops. Okay. Good. How are we doing on Phoenix Downs? Okay, we're doing well there. Okay, good. Oh, you missed this bench, really? Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 of these setups where the bench in the shop is right next to the door, Helmus. And so I don't know, I guess I just got lucky in assuming that was where the stuff was. But it definitely does help. But I know what that means. It usually means there's some, like, dangerous freaking dude out here. Which, you know. Sure. Of course.
We, made Wedgwood. Excuse.
Guess so.
You know, he really likes you.
Maybe.
Friendly guy. Has a hard time opening up to people.
Well, that makes two of us.
He's got your back, though. Makes two of us.
Nice. Cloud's just like, yeah, well, this is really an awkward conversation. Excuse me, Barrett, please. Oh, great. This is great. Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. We've got a lot of intimidating looking pipes. We've got an open place over there we can't get to yet, with a ladder that's beckoning to us. And a big open space. This is a boss fight. Here we go. I'm gonna make it. I'm just gonna go across here, and it's gonna be fine, and we're gonna be... Okay, that's surprising. There's gonna be... Something's gonna happen. There's no way. What's going on with these audio cutouts suddenly? Okay, so I am fighting in here. Wow, super cool looking. Why is the sound all of a sudden glitching? Okay, bionic species created by Shinra's R&D division. These specimens are difficult to control as their behavior regulation mechanisms have not yet been perfected. They circle in the sky searching for quarry, then swoop down to attack. They're immune to mechanical stuff. Yeah, I know, and I don't understand it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I'll have to try. It's gonna take a second, though, for me to do that.
Come on.
Guess it's my turn!
Okay.
Hope you don't mind if I fill you full of holes. Asshole! Joke on it, asshole!
Oh god, that looks really bad. How do you not run right into that cloud? Jeez. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? I agree, Trippin.
Check out this shit right here!
Get out of the way, Cloud.
Whatever.
Want some more? Joke on it, asshole!
It's out of control. I don't know what's going on with the sound. Oh, man. That's really cool. Damn it.
You're up. So it's my turn?
Ow. I mean, I'm not going to be stupid about it.
Keep it up. Get him! Watch out for high winds.
Haha. Okay, let's see if I can do that again.
Gonna get windy. That was something.
Hello, can I get ATV, please? Okay,
That's
good.
it. Stay strong, okay? Get him! Tagging out. Let's go. Hang in there. I'm coming.
Guess it wasn't meant to be.
Jesus.
It's over.
Wow.
Shake it off, okay? It's okay. I'll do better.
It's on you. I'll take care of him. Get him. What the?
Can we please get Cure going here, please? Okay, thank you.
Back to good now. You've got this. I got this.
Okay, I hope this works because
Let's finish this.
nice.
I'm just getting started.
Get out of the way.
I'm coming.
Ow.
I won't let you down.
Jesus.
There! Come on! Give him your arm! Yeah!
Really sorry about the audio. Sorry, everybody. Thank you for the raid, Zach. Thank you for the raid, everybody. I will deal with this in a minute. There's something wrong with the sound on this. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate what's going on, Zach. Thank you, thank you. Red 13, kick a butt. Aw, sweet. I really wish we got all the sound effects. Like, something's screwed up with the sound effects on this. It's only in the cutscenes, though. I don't understand. I don't know what's happening with this. Yeah, I'm really sorry, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. 33 raiders from Zach Clay. Thank you so much, Zach. I appreciate it, man. I hope everyone's well. Welcome all raiders. Sorry about that. I'm just in the midst of trying to deal, like, with not only this boss, but also trying to deal with this sound effect thing. I don't understand. It does feel almost like I'm missing a channel, and I don't get why. Yes, can I get sound effects back? Oh, Jesus. Can't fix sound effects.
We got it to work.
Okay, here's what we didn't get to work. The system is not working. Thank you very much for the follow, everybody. I've got to, like, I'm going to have to get out and restart this because I don't know what's going on here. Thank you so much for the raid, though. I appreciate it. Just hang on 1 second. What were you folks playing? Did I see you were playing some Lord of the Craft, Zach, if I believe that's what I saw was going on? Welcome to Final Fantasy VII Remake. Well, I don't know what the computer trouble. I mean, it should be fine. I just, like, this is literally the first time that this happened. And I don't know what the deal is at all. So I saved, I'm gonna come back in. Like a billion other things mixed in. Nice, nice. Well, I appreciate the raid very much, dude. Thank you, and welcome everybody. Just give me a second while I sort out these minor technical difficulties. The thing is, I'm getting stereo on the music, so I don't understand what's going on, frankly. These are my speakers. That's right. Let me just try restarting. Yes, Shadowed, I have. I switched to Avermedia, my live gamer duo, but I've played Final Fantasy VII many times since the Switch, like 2 or 3 times at least. So let me try reinitializing it, but I don't think it's the capture because I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I did one. The only thing I did recently was I changed up cables to make it so that I can get speaker effects like on these things, but it shouldn't have anything to do with that. The center channel of surround sound, is that what it was? What the hell? How? Whoops. I don't even... Is that something which was... Oh, I wonder... Could that have been set in here somehow? I have no idea what any of this means. I don't think like I fooled with any of this. So I don't have the faintest idea what any of this is. Like I haven't done any of this. So does anyone have any thoughts? I mean, maybe it'll just work now. Like I haven't fiddled with any of that. Yeah, I don't think so. I haven't fiddled with any of it though, is the thing, like at all. Hey Jay, what's going on, man? It's good to see you. I'm sorry if your New Year wasn't great, but at least we're here, you know. I'm going to hope that this is now working. I mean, thank you, Jay, so much. The speakers thing, I mean, okay, oh God. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't want to go into it because it's so much. The simple version is basically just, the simple version is, I switched cables so that I now have DisplayPort. I have HDMI to HDMI, just like always, from my streaming computer's 1060 to my main monitor. That's the way it's always been. Instead of having a adapter from DisplayPort to VGA, I now have DisplayPort to HDMI on my left monitor over here, and on the right side I have my display monitor, which these are all Acers, by the way. My monitor also has a DisplayPort to HDMI now. What I started doing to make this a lot easier on me was I started using the speaker output on the HDMI monitor so that I don't have to crawl around behind my computer every time I want to switch from headphones to speakers, because I can't plug in my headphone. I have to plug my headphone into the same jack as the speaker or it doesn't work. It's because of this stupid Realtek onboard card that whatever, it doesn't matter. So that's the drill. So yeah, and I've never had a situation otherwise. I am on linear PCM, yeah. But did they specifically mention this illness as being an issue? This specific thing? Because, like, I'll do it, but it's just weird to me because I haven't made any changes in those settings ever. Okay. Whoops. So they said Bitstream Dolby? Okay. Bitstream Dolby. But it's weird that it took... I'm like 45 hours into the game and only now it's doing this? Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. I hope that works, because that was really weird. That's the first time that I've encountered that in this game, and I was kind of like, what the hell? Okay, anyway. Separate from that, that was kind of a cool fight. The fact that I love the in-between groups thing that Final Fantasy VII does, and I love that the way they handled that with this, really kind of linking those two groups to each other. For those of you who missed that was Sephiroth above, so... Anyway, for those who came from Zach's channel, thank you so much again for the raid. Sorry for the tech problems just as you were arriving. This is Final Fantasy VII Remake. We are in the home stretch of this game. I have been absolutely adoring this game. Final Fantasy VII is one of my favorites of all time, and Remake has been just incredible.
Could this be a trap? Don't worry. The elevators are safe.
All right.
And
if
so...
you say so.
I focus a lot on story and narrative in my channel, both in the video game side and also the tabletop side. And of course, Zach plays my Esper Genesis game and is a member of my Vocalist voice team and is an awesome all-around dude. So people here should already be following Zach.
Something tells me that
but
we aren't.
regardless, thank you all for joining me. I hope you follow and support what we do here and like us too. Zach is good people, so. Well, I hear sound effects.
I think it might be locked from this side.
Should we open it up then?
Well,
Nice work, Aerith.
Hey,
Geester.
guys.
hey. back together. Past time we got out of here and made our way to the roof.
There's an elevator just over there. But it will move only at Hojo's discretion.
Okay. I can't tell if this is fixed yet or not, so we'll just have to see. But... Okay. That sounds good, Shadowed. I've never encountered that before, so maybe just got lucky. And that's awesome, Geester. Yeah, it's a great... It's a really, really well done. It gets very puzzle intense later on. Like, super puzzle intense. And so just be aware of that you know, some of the puzzles will break your brain, you know what I mean? Like, they get very intense later on, but really they took what was really good about the first game and improved it and made it even better. And I have very few problems with that game. It's good stuff. Okay, I mean, if they love puzzles, then you're in the right spot. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, and I did both just then, so who knows? It's weird. I haven't run into that before, so anyway.
Well, okay then. Looks like the elevator's working.
It appears Hojo's done having his fun.
Glad to hear he enjoyed the show.
Narrator voice. He was not done enjoying his fun.
We're back. Again.
Yeah.
Hey!
Oh man, here we go.
What the hell's going on?
Who would...
We may find out soon.
Let's go.
It's music though. Always check both sides. Okay. Right. Get easy, people. Okay, sounds good. Thanks again, Zach. Appreciate it, my man. You don't die. Solid advice. As Captain Kirk says in one of the episodes, sound medical advice.
So what's above this floor?
The president's office, and then the roof.
Wait. Once we get in that elevator, there's no turning back.
We're ready. Right?
Hasn't that already been?
The elevator
turning
back there can take us down to the central terminal again. Now's the time for any unfinished business.
Nah, we're good.
I'm ready to do this. Let's go.
Nice, Helmus. The ominous trail. Got that right. Alright, we're gonna save this. Okay, I need to remember not to save in the middle this time. I'm gonna go here. No, actually. Yep. Yep. It does give you a new perspective on what they were trying to take on board when they did that film series, Illness. It was so much to Lord of the Rings. But they did very well with it. Very, very well. It's a very good set of films. Okay, we're just gonna go. I was like, just go over this way and not go towards that trail. Okay. 69th floor. 69th floor, chat. Nice. Almost makes you wonder if they knew the meme worthiness. All right. Oh, man. We'll just go this way. Maybe? Ooh, they're actually going to let me do that. I thought they were going to give me another one of those warning. And this is the president's floor. What's up, Shatter? Yeah, we had a couple of sound effect problems anyway, so. What's up, Lone Wolf? Yeah, something left a mess. Happy New Year, by the way, again to everybody. Thank you, Rock God. 699. Thank you, Rock God. 32 months, man. Thank you, my dude. Happy New Year. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I hope you had a happy and a safe one. Thank you, man. Happy New Year to everybody. Okay, this one I do want to keep here. Okay. Let's kick it all the way live, people. Forgot to mention to everybody that earlier tonight, when I was hanging out with Little Arv on our usual Friday adventures that we do, although there hasn't been much adventuring that we've been able to do that much over the last few months because we can't go inside anywhere. You know, we can go outside and hike and everything, but when it's cold, there's not that many options because, you know. So, you know, we've done the best we can, did a fair bit of driving and stuff like that. But today what we did was we wanted to get some things like a couple of calendars for her to have. Like she has a decent-sized wall calendar. She needs one for 2021. So there was that, but then when we got back, we played Animal Crossing New Horizons on the Switch, which she's been wanting to try. We played the co-op mode. It seems like it's going to be a lot of fun, but the co-op mode, I have to admit, is a little disappointing, the like in-person co-op mode, because the second person can't really do as much. The first they basically just follow around whatever the first person's doing. So, but still, I mean, it was a good time, and we had a chance to do it. So, yeah, it was fun times. I don't know why I'm bringing that up just before I go into this room, but wanted you all to think about Animal Crossing as we go into this.
Where the hell is that bastard hiding?
And Sephiroth?
Wait, I can hear something.
Okay. Something smashed through.
Is anyone out there?
Ooh, anyone is out there, but you know what else is out here? It's time to sell some stuff.
Help me.
I'll get right to helping you, my friend. Just as soon as I clean up.
Hey!
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 I'm just gonna sit on this bench. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just make it a split screen. Just make it a split screen. Straight to the conflict. Hello. Is there anybody in there? Okay. And I do again want this. Yes. Okay. Here we go, people. Time has come. Ba-ba-ba-boom.
Help me, please. Hey! Hey!
Hey.
Is anyone out there? Hey! Help me! Well, well, well. Pull me up! I'll give you all the money you want. I have killed plenty of it. Thing is, I don't want your money. Please.
No, that's I forget what the name of that is.
Just
It's another
let me
one.
live. Everything you want can be yours. I'm a man of modest dreams. Dropping you from 70 stories up would get me damn near to good. But not all the way. You want something more, don't you? More than this right here? Talk to me again like you know me.
Barrett! Stop it!
Yep. Yeah, I forget it might be the plasma cannon. I don't remember what weapon he's using.
You're gonna get on TV and tell them. Tell them what you did to Sector 7. That it was you who killed all those people. Then, you're gonna tell them the truth about Avalanche. That Avalanche ain't Wu Tao or anybody's puppet. That Avalanche fights for the people, the planet. That we fight to hold Shinra to account for its crimes.
This is bad.
That is Avalanche, the filthy sewer rats who brought down a Goliath. You tell them that.
Is that really all you want? For your names to be cleared?
I was gonna say, Shattered. It's
That
funny,
is what matters most to you?
given your chosen profession.
More than shutting down the reactors?
But I understand.
Than the future of the planet itself?
Huh? Damn.
You're lying to yourself even now. Truth, justice, honor, freedom. Vain indulgences everywhere. Picture it. Picture a world without Shinra, without Mako energy. A stagnant, impotent world.
I don't know why you
Now
let this
picture
guy
a
come in
natural
here.
Disaster. Who would help the people? Help them recover and rebuild? You? With their old world ruined, will they thank you for the new? I'm going to give you a chance. One last opportunity to consider what your principles are truly worth. But bear in mind that time is of the essence.
And what about you, Mr. President? What are your vaunted principles?
What principles? Did you understand even a single word of what I told you? I know what I want, and I take it. I take advantage of whatever I can, and discard that which I cannot. There is no room for sentiment or guilt.
His Shinra branded. The classic.
You son of a bitch!
Barrett!
What's up, Michelle? Oh man. Welp.
This is...
The source of everything.
What's happening? That's it.
It's an illusion. Stay calm. Allow me.
Whoa, Dreamweaver. Okay. Top secret Shinra experimental specimen. Information on it is scarce. It's believed to induce hallucinations. Once its health falls below a certain level, its stagger gauge cannot be filled. That's great. And it's resistant to a lot. Is that icon, is that staff icon, is that just magic in general? That is just lesser resistant to magic in general? Is that what that is? Great.
Still here.
Never again. No holding back.
God damn it.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Gotcha. It's nothing. Heads up.
Okay, cripple the left tentacle. How about the right tentacle?
There.
God damn it.
So it's my turn? Too
I
much?
need...
Cut.
Okay, good.
Bring it.
I'll take care of you.
That'll do. Bring it.
You can do it.
Hang back.
Here it comes. This one's for you. Let me handle this. Let's go. Watch yourself.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Back me up, okay?
Okay.
Maybe this?
Bring it.
Why don't you lead the way?
Okay, let's go. One more shot. There. Good luck.
I'll take care of him.
Okay.
Lend me your strength. Okay. Can you take over for me?
Dude, he can't even get close enough to,
This one's for you. Watch yourself.
I'll show you what I can do.
Okay, spells.
Back to good now.
Alright, good. She's okay as far as that's concerned. How about a Mr. Cuddlefoot? Okay. Okay, I've got a cure.
Okay. Someone looks kind of shaky.
Oh my god. Okay, that was bad.
Keep it together.
Let me handle this. It's on you.
I'll take care of him.
Okay.
Stay strong, okay?
Can you back up, please? Ow. That hurt a lot.
It's your turn.
My turn.
It's your turn to...
I'm through with you.
I got this.
Here goes. Get ready.
That'll do.
Okay. Alright, let's see.
I'll take that. Get him. This one.
Ow.
Taking over.
Let me handle this.
I'm coming.
Good night. Thank you. Shit.
You can do it.
I got this. Take the lead.
Okay, let's go.
I'm waiting. Let's do this.
Just go away.
Deal with that.
All set. Here.
Okay. Let's see.
There. Go on. Give it up. Yeah.
Okay, let's do that again.
Watch yourself.
So it's my turn?
Okay, spells, Cura. Okay, Limit Break is almost there. That'd be nice to get that off.
Okay. Tagging out.
I got this.
I feel like I'm not doing anything. Like I don't really understand. I feel like I'm not getting anything done here. Am I actually like am I doing something?
You're welcome.
Not bad. No more games. It's over. Let's finish this.
Break me.
Heads up. That's it. Get him.
Okay.
Pour it on. It's on you.
Here goes.
Okay.
Stay strong, okay?
Bring it.
Here it comes.
Thank you.
Why don't you lead the way?
I feel like we're just like destroying, like we're just walloping this dude, and
This one's for you.
Have this.
Oh my god, he's finally staggered.
You're done.
One more shot!
Come on, limit break. And someone's coming up too.
Get him! That's it!
Okay, let's see.
This one's for you! Stay back!
Okay, let's see.
Now you're in for it. Enough. After
Okay.
you.
I got this!
Chocobo and Moogle. Let's do it.
Help us out!
Ladies and gentlemen, Chocobo.
Cut! Beat them! One more shot! Gotcha!
Bring it.
There! That was close. Gotcha! Gotta pull back. I'll show you what I can do.
Okay, let's see.
Okay.
Oh no, that's not that.
My turn.
Go on.
Not yet.
That's that.
This one's for you.
Shit.
Let me handle it. There. Take the lead. So it's my turn.
Okay, Kira.
No need to panic. Go on.
Okay. So I have a question. Do I have to defeat these tentacles before I attack him? Or can I be attacking the Dreamweaver at the same time? Can I be attacking him at the same deal, or am I just... Is he impossible to deal with until the tentacles? Because Chocobo and Moogle are about to go away here, so... Anybody? Oh, really? Okay. All right. Well. I'm just wondering whether I can hit him. Because, like, I'm gonna have Chocobo...
Tagging out.
Need to heal up. Enough.
Yeah, see, he's immune to all that.
We got it. One more shot. Stay strong and carry on.
Nice time for that healing wind.
Can you take over for me?
Oh, no.
All set.
Let's do this.
Good time for limit break.
Any last words?
Just go away.
Oh, shit, back.
Enough. That'll do.
Okay.
All good. That's that.
Come on, man. Staggered. Okay.
This one's for you.
Let's see.
I'm here for you guys. Come on. One more shot.
Bad. Very, very bad. Oh, geez.
Okay.
Get him.
Let's see.
Try
I got this. I'm coming.
Well, what the hell are you doing standing that close to him?
Get him. Okay.
Okay, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
It's your turn.
I
Give
got
it your
this.
best shot.
Let's try that again. Come on.
Okay. Go.
Don't give up.
I'm waiting. Bring it. Test your might. I'm waiting.
Okay. Damn it. Stop knocking me away, bastard. Okay.
Now.
Okay. Let's go with. Can you explain to me what the hell you're doing right on top of them? Can you never come that close ever again to that thing? Please do not come close to it.
I'll take care of you.
Ow.
Time to get serious. Feeling good. You're out of luck. Almost out. Keep at it.
Here goes.
Oh god.
Take the lead.
Okay, let's go. Come on. There. Get her. Gotcha.
She'll be back. You ready?
Heads up. Give it up. That's it. Watch yourself.
So it's my turn? Stay strong, okay?
Okay, that's bad.
Back to good now. Why don't you lead the way?
Staggered. I'd like to see that.
You're mine.
Go on. Bring it. This one's for you.
You're ready.
Come on, you bastard.
Bring it.
Come on, give me one good more star shower. Yes! Yes! Fight was sick. Yep.
HQ, this is Avalanche 3-1. Taking another pass to search for friendlies.
Really hope I get a chance to save before the next whatever. That was awesome. First time on that fight too. Use my elixir, a lot of mega potions. Not dead.
Barret, are you hurt?
Don't think so.
This death was not the one ordained for you by fate.
Thanks.
Walk it off. Oh my goodness. Okay, it is time to save the game, people. That fight was intense. Wow. That fight was freaking intense. I was actually very happy with that fight. A lot of it, and I'm telling you, that the... no problem, Trip. Sleep well, sleep well. I know it's been a long week for you. Happy New Year again, we'll see you soon. I have to say, like, so one of the things that was really important about that fight was the underrated sort of quality of all of this is 100% Star Shower. Star Shower is such an effective spell, mostly because while she's doing it, she really can't be interrupted, Tifa. And it not only does a ton of damage, but also builds stagger gauge, like, to a fare thee well. It is a super, super useful, ability. And it only takes 1 ATB to get to. So, honestly, that has been the unsung hero of this entire playthrough. Well, actually not unsung, since I've been singing it a lot, but you know. Oh, also, I think we just got something else, too. Astral Cuff, right? Which is nice, but... that is a lot of magic defense. We'll see how this fight goes. Yeah. Focus Thrust. The other thing about Focus Thrust is that it gets off quickly. I mean, a lot of those spells, like Infinity's End, takes forever. And that's one of the reasons that I don't use it more, is it's just like, it takes a long time. And Maximum Fury is great too. Yeah, those are my favorite. Star Shower, Focus Thrust, and Maximum Fury. Braver is good as an end spell, and like Cloud's Limit Break is pretty sweet, but... Okay. Whew. That fight was a little intense. Right. Right, which is exactly what I did, actually. I didn't quite get him down, and I was a little worried about making sure that I finished off the rest of the deal. Okay. That music, though. What? Oh. Okay. We did not know there was something on this side. Okay, well... I need to sell... I need to sell a couple things. I should have something I can sell. Yeah. That's nice, but not really money. Another bench here. Yeah, you know, you're like, do I get something from the west vending machine or the east vending machine, right? I mean, that's what this is all about. Oh, man. Right, less sunlight, more less sunlight. I beat it.
Sephiroth!
Welp. Well, darn it. Oh, man. Oh, of course. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. No, I've been getting it all the way through. It's awesome, you know. Okay, I don't really think I want... Oh, man, where do I save it? I guess I'll save it here. Yeah, for sure. Again, the music, the soundtrack in this game is an absolute triumph. The narrative theme? Oh, I mean, somewhat. Somewhat. But I would be interested to hear other theories. Although, not until we're done, actually. When we're done, I am interested to talk more, though.
Everyone okay?
Hey, get your man.
He got away.
About time we made our escape, too.
Shit. Sure you want to do this personally, boss?
This guy.
If it ain't Rufus Shinra, heir to the throne himself.
Yep.
Stop.
The hell I will. We can finish off the family here and now.
Take Aerith and get out of here. I'll buy you guys some time.
I can stay here, back you up.
Barrett. I'm asking you. Please.
Please. Dang.
Fine. Have it your way then. But you better be right behind us.
Yep.
You're a soldier, aren't you? Which, of course, would mean that I own you.
Ex-soldier. I quit.
Secure the others. just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Well, maybe three. Let's get this over. What else?
Dark Star, huh?
Too bad.
Okay, Shinra's vice president, the son of the president, carries a custom-made shotgun. Is protected by Dark Star and military canine. Standard physical magic attacks have no effect on his stagger gauge. However, hitting him with a certain attack when his guard is down will instantly stagger him. Great.
Settle down now.
Come on.
Hello? That's starting to piss me off.
Not bad. D, ready.
Whatever. Let's try that again.
Getting interesting. Come on.
Try this.
Let's reset.
Let's finish this.
Hostile area in sight. Redirect to engage.
Understood.
Okay.
Think you got my number?
Not at all. You're making me sweat. Good thing I came prepared.
Great.
Let's have this straight. Right. Bullshit. Feeling good.
Oh my god, dude.
Pay attention. Okay. Heads up.
That all?
To me.
Jesus. The problem is I can't
I'm waiting.
I can't get ATB. I can't get ATB. None of this matters because I can't get ATB. Won't last long.
Come on.
D, ready.
That's second win. Bring it.
Showtime.
What a freaking son of a...
D,
Okay.
showtime.
Feeling good.
Damn it. Oh, come on.
Come on.
No. ATV, please. Thank you.
Okay. Ain't dead yet.
Damn it.
You're mine. Now you're in for it. Now it's just the two of us.
Let's make it a night to remember.
It's on for real now?
Yeah, you should be honored.
Feeling good. Any last words? Here it comes. Second wave.
Come on, dude.
Let's try that again.
Oh.
Keep it up. Come on. That all?
Ain't dead yet.
Okay.
Need ATV.
Ready? Come on.
I need ATV.
Stick around.
I'm waiting.
Can't get any ATV. I can't hit him.
Not looking good.
It's not looking good. Can't hit him. I don't know what's going on. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that I finally have a freaking ATV. It's about freaking time. Jesus.
Come on.
Come on. That all?
Oh. I can't. I mean, this is ridiculous. I'm dead. It's ridiculous. I can't hit him.
Second wave.
Ready?
Last one.
on, dude.
Big fat. You'll like it.
Come on. I'm waiting.
Where were we?
Stick around. I won't give up.
I can't.
Come on.
Let's try that again. Okay.
I can't hit him when he's knocked me down when he's also reloading. And when I can't freaking hit anything because of ATV.
Pay attention. You're out of luck. Suck it. I could end this, here and now.
That limit break was
No,
huge.
not quite. Tonight marks a new beginning. For Shinra!
Dude, that limit break was huge. That was I can't believe I won that. It's incredible, Hishel, isn't it? I can't believe I won that fight. Oh. Yeah, that was rough. That limit break was huge. That second limit break,
You gotta be better than this.
I was gonna be dead
if
at
you're
that
gonna
point.
play the hero.
I did not think. I thought I was gonna have to try it again, and I don't know. Was there a checkpoint in that fight, or would I had to go all the way back to fight both him and Darkstar again? Oof.
Think they can manage on their own?
Oh my god.
You've seen them both in action. You know they can. Besides, what was that? Gotta believe they made it out.
I hope so.
Damn it.
Hey,
Screw it. We gotta go back.
hey.
What, Red? Get down!
Yeah, I remember the elevator business. Meanwhile, 60-foot floor.
Everything's cool.
It's a nice. It's a good shot.
Barrett! Not again!
It's up to Wedge. Only Wedge can save us.
If you had one wedge.
Stop me! For Biggs! For Jesse! Tifa! And Barrett too!
And pizza.
I'm sorry, Cloud.
It's like, for all those
Just
things.
Tell me that I made a difference.
You didn't. Yet.
Hey, still in one piece?
Yeah, somehow.
I would love to save the game. Can I save it,
Oh,
please?
you gotta be kidding me!
God, Barry. You asked for it.
Open wide! And suck on this!
Get ready.
I was born ready, Red.
I was born ready, Red. Of course I can't save.
Barrier drones damaged. Overriding main cannon safety protocols.
It looks like it's charging up.
I noticed.
It's right on.
I'll blow it to pieces!
It better be a checkpoint.
I'll show you what I can do. Get him! You've got this.
Guess it's my turn!
I feel like I'm not doing anything to those guys.
Hold this for me! Gotta love it! That's all! I'm coming for you!
It's right on.
Oh.
Hurry up!
It's right arm? Oh.
Go
Okay.
on. Okay.
Got a whole heap of land with your name on it! Still?
I can't. How do I even...
Here goes.
This ain't nothing.
It's right on.
And catch.
Okay.
Why don't you lead the way? Stay back.
Okay.
Go long.
I don't... Why can't I... Oh.
Now, it's right on.
Let's go. Time for a fat chocobo, people.
Let that look. Gotta love it. God, you go all out. Want some more?
Okay, there we go. Okay, come on now.
It's right on.
Ooh, gotta love it.
Okay. Hello?
Say your prayers and beg for forgiveness.
I'm not sure that Fat Chocobo did a whole lot of good in that summon, but... Well... Although...
Defensive systems compromised. Threat level elevated.
Elevated?
Go on!
Throw your ass straight to hell.
Stay back!
Check out this shit right here. I'm counting on you.
Okay.
What the? Stay strong, okay? It's your turn.
Need my help, do you?
It's really... that and the fact that I don't really know exactly how to... I don't really know what I'm dealing with these guys.
How about that? So now. You're up.
So it's my turn?
Bring it on.
Keep it up. Tagging out.
All right. Watch and learn.
I don't understand... I'm not understanding this fight, quite obviously. I don't understand what... Yes, I do want to hit. Please. Crap. Yes, I would definitely like a hint, please. A hint would be lovely. Yeah, I don't... But the thing is, though, he keeps saying that. I got that already. I can't lock onto that cannon. Yeah, thanks, Experiment. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been trying. I can't lock onto that thing. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I can't lock onto that thing. Okay, there it is. Hold on a second. Seriously?
Go on!
Oh my god.
Stay back!
Check out this shit right here. Hip fire.
Okay.
Hope you don't mind if I fill you full of holes. Shit hurts, don't it?
Okay. Staggered. Let's go.
Got a whole heap of land with your name on it.
This one's for you!
Jesus.
You got this.
I'll take care of him. You can do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Hell yeah, bring it on.
This stage of the fight is great.
Get him!
Oh, this is great. Ow. Shit. Oh, no! This is very bad.
Go all out. Hell yeah, bring it.
One more shot.
She's got a healing word limit break.
Hell yeah, bring it on. Come on.
God damn it.
Ain't no thing.
Gotta dig deep for this one.
Won't be nothing left of you when I'm through. Hit fire. Hell yeah, bring it.
Okay.
Joke on it, asshole.
I'm gonna shoot here. I'm just getting ATB is all I'm doing right here.
Suck now. Suck on this.
Come on, big guy. Very bad. It's all very bad. Yeah, Red 13 is probably doing more damage than... Well, the thing is, Barrett is doing it, but just once in a while, like... really, really am. This is the definition of pinned down. Oh god, of course. Oh crap. Oh my god, man. Shit. Well, that's great. Okay.
Check out this shit right here!
We're just gonna both shoot at the same side, except I'm doing it through ATV.
Want some more?
I want you to get ATV.
Ooh, got
Okay, good.
You're up.
Here goes.
What are you doing here?
Okay, tagging out.
Guess it's my turn. So now. Suck on this.
Bad.
That's much better. Get him!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Got a whole heap of land with your name on it. Bang, bang. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Hope you don't mind if I fill you full of holes.
I really wish there was some other place. I think I've used up all the... This is really bad, guys. I've used all of the...
This ain't happening.
Don't worry, I can handle this. You'll feel better in a second. You can do it!
You need me, huh?
Okay,
I'm fired up and ready to go. Yeah. Hit my ass.
okay.
You got this!
I'll take care of them. Stay strong and carry on. Sorry, but you handle it.
Gonna throw your ass straight to hell! Something now!
Come on.
Time for a serious apple! Joke on it, asshole!
This one's for you.
Give him what's coming
I'll take care of this. Watch out for high winds. It's your turn now.
You ain't gonna get away!
One more shot.
Oh, shit. Fuck.
So it's my turn? I'll take care of you.
Exactly where you that close.
Why don't you lead the way?
Watch and learn! Suck on this! Asshole! Never quit, never surrender!
Remember all those mega potions I had?
Bring it on!
Don't worry, I can handle this. Okay, up and at 'em. Can you take over for me?
Mind over matter. Gotta love it. Hell yeah, bring it. Want some more? Yeah, bring in the heat. You're up.
Here goes.
About damn time. This one right here is for the planet.
I'll show you what I can do. Bless them with your love and grace.
And how many limit breaks
It's
have I
your
had in
turn.
this fight?
Need my help, do you? Like that.
Don't worry, I can handle this.
That I don't know how to avoid that, honestly.
You'll feel better in a second. Tagging out.
You need me, huh? Now you go all out. Yeah.
I am.
Hell yeah, bring it on. Something now.
Okay. Limit break on the fire on the weak spot.
Gonna blow your ass straight to hell. Check out this shit right here. You can miss it all.
Threat level
Maximum? Dude.
This doesn't look good.
Any ideas?
Take cover behind debris.
Where? Okay.
Bring it home!
I'll take care of them.
Wow.
There. They all just flew off.
Before club, we're done.
Let's finish this quick.
Oh my gosh.
You voted, asshole! Not this kid.
We can't hide. What do we do?
Stop its attack.
Ooh, gotta love it. Got a whole heap of land with your name on it.
Okay, come on.
You voted, asshole! Damn! Does it feel good to be alive?
Quite. We could still die later tonight. Cloud and Tifa could be dead already.
Hell they are.
Then we need to find a way we can all escape, and quickly.
You're right. Let's go.
Thank you. You realize I first tried every one of these fights. Holy crap. I was just about out of everything now. I was out of mega potions, pretty much like 6 mega potions left. Wow. Please tell me I can save. Please, save game, please. My kingdom for a save. Holy crap. What a fight. Yeah, but without heals, those aren't going to do much good, though, Miranda. Wow. Whew. No, it's no. It hasn't lost that spot. But I do want to save.
All we gotta do now is find the others.
All we gotta do now is save. Motorcycle, yeah. Yeah, I did. I saw that the first time, Illness. Yeah, it was cool. Oh, come on, guys. No, Heidegger.
We have them surrounded, sir.
Yes, I can see that. It was only a matter of time. Here we are. So then, what is this ragtag group of misfits I see before me? Avalanche!
Local florist.
Lab rat dog.
And where are the rest of you?
Local forest. Lab rat dog.
Charming, though not what I would have chosen as my last words. Secure the ancient, but feel free to kill both the idiot and the dog.
Please, in the name of all that is holy, please let me save.
Aerith, you saved my Marlene. Now, it's time I return the favor.
Wait.
Oh yeah! Yeah, boy!
Cloud.
God damn it! Mega kill!
What the f-
Everyone, get in.
This is our escape vehicle? Worse than pub gun.
Stop them, you fools! Don't let them escape!
I know it, I know. It's just when you see it, like, in this graphical quality, like... Oh my god. Yeah.
Let's roll.
Why's he always gotta... Whoa! Whoa! Shit!
Okay, it's saved somewhere. Epic. Screenshot, 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 screenshot. Maximum anime. Hey, Critchwitch. Holy crap, man. You entered a blocked scene? What? Trophy earned emerging from chaos.
Home free, Red!
Okay.
I wouldn't celebrate just yet.
I'm not going to take a screenshot.
Man, you need to lighten up.
Interesting, so they won't let you take a screenshot during this time.
Hell, you might even try smiling.
To avoid spoilers. I see.
On second thought, maybe frowning suits you better.
Haven't had time yet,
Hey,
Miranda.
Don't pout.
Look.
Chapter 18 is the final chapter, Destiny's Crossroads.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Are you guys seeing this?
No, they don't want spoilers, so they stop screenshots. That must be what it is. I just hadn't seen it. First I was like, wait, is there something wrong?
Whispers.
Wow, it's incredible. Look at the God. This is just graphically incredible, this game.
What is all this?
Is something wrong, sir?
Ridiculous outfit this dude wears. Do you have something with more buckles in it? I need more belts,
Very
buckles
good.
and belts, please.
The men are on standby, sir. Your orders.
Bring them in.
It's like the whole damn building's made of them.
Yeah.
I don't understand. What are they doing? Who knows?
Wedge, you don't think he got caught up in it, do you?
If he did, I hope he's okay.
They're coming.
Who?
Oh boy.
This we don't need.
Time to go.
There's already time to go. Guess you never have stopped and been watching it.
Come on, step on it!
I'm trying, but it won't go any faster.
How the hell do we get saddled with this junk?
Give it up! There's nowhere to run! Give it up, assholes! Right now! We will use lethal force to make you comply! You're only making it worse!
Don't force this.
There's nowhere to run!
Circle around to the other side.
Gotta get past the
Oh, great. Of course. How fast did that truck?
That'd be a lesson to you.
Firing warning shot.
Heads up!
That chopper is all mine! I'll bring it down real quick! Bring it home!
Ow.
Still got some fight in you?
Not much. That was pretty bad.
Here.
Ooh, nice. Thank you, Red 13.
You bastards!
Not
I hate to
expecting
spoil
that.
the celebration. There's more.
More on the bang! Give him what's coming to him!
You're still doing okay, right?
I'm counting on you.
There you are.
Watch yourself. No need to.
How do you like that?
Cloud, you alright?
Maybe. Oh boy.
Get down!
That's what shooting at the ceiling is
Guess we
gonna.
owe you another. Shit, we got it.
That's very true. What's up, Landis? How you doing?
I'll take the chop. The bikes are all yours, Cloud.
Targeting vehicle wheel. Firing warning shot. Target acquired. Firing warning shot. Targeting vehicle wheel.
Targeting vehicle with wheels?
Preparing to engage target. Firing warning shot. Targeting vehicle wheel.
Damn it.
Target acquired.
I thought you were taking care of the helicopter, Barrett. I heard a rumor.
That's it. I'm taking you down. We done here?
Oh my god. Wow.
You good?
Somehow.
Cloud, you okay?
Come on, man.
So now, they're on our side?
The Whispers intervene, not to defend us, but to preserve the flow of destiny.
No, don't you dare.
Oh my god. What
Come on, you see the piece of shit we're driving here?
Says the 300-pound sack of it.
Hey! No rest for the wicked. Hey, fight's not over yet!
I'm not doing anything.
Show me what you can do. Just go away. Let's pick up the pace. Don't give up now, you guys. Watch yourself.
Be careful.
You can do it. Shake it off, okay?
That's hitting the wrong button.
Bring it home!
Don't hold back.
No, you don't!
No turning back.
Thought you'd seen the last of it.
Get in there. It's on you.
Hang in there, okay?
Go for it.
Hello?
More on the bang!
Show me what you can do.
Focus.
Do something.
I'm sorry. That's what? Okay, so obviously I was doing something wrong. What's going on with that fight? Oh my god. So what was wrong? So what's going on with this fight? What am I doing wrong? Because I'm staggering him and then I'm hitting him for like no damage.
Show me what you can do. You can do it. That's the way to do it.
What? What am I even doing? I'm not doing anything to him. Filling a stagger gauge, so what? Okay, now what, though?
Don't give up now, you guys.
All it's doing is building a stagger gauge. Okay, I need help. Hilness or someone who's played this before. What is going on? I'm not doing any damage to him at all, even when he's staggered. Where am I supposed to hit him? Please tell me. Anybody who's played this before. Please help me. What exactly am I doing wrong? What do I need to hit him? Okay, Hilness, I know you did. Can you help me out, please? I've been trying the long-range attack. It's not doing anything. I don't know why. Because if I'm going to have to look it up, because, like, I literally have not had a save on this game for, like, 45 minutes, and I really want a save. I mean, I guess I've had a save in terms of a checkpoint, but I'm not doing anything to him. There's nothing to keep at. I'm just, like, it's doing nothing.
I'd keep my distance if I were you.
It's on you.
No, you don't.
I'm doing it right. I'm not doing anything.
Stay strong.
Let's pick up the pace. Watch yourself. Don't give up. No need to panic.
Still got the fight in you? Bring it home. There's no rest for carnage.
No turning back.
Hang in there, okay?
Keep it up.
Hey, fight's not over yet.
You're kinda in a hurry. Hard and fast. Don't give up. Let's do this right.
There's my ear.
Go for tires that are lit up. Okay.
It's on you.
Thought you'd seen the last of it. That's better.
This should make you stronger.
Let's pick up the pace.
Everyone's coming to her.
Watch yourself.
Keep it up.
Come on.
Shake it off, okay?
Also, this bike is not fast enough. Let's go, dude.
Focus.
Man, calm down already.
Stay strong.
You can do it.
I've got you, bro.
I don't want any trouble.
I mean, it's too much of a hit point sponge, I think.
No rest for the wicked.
This should make you stronger.
Bring it home.
No need to panic.
Show me what you can do.
Keep it up.
That's the way to do it.
Counting on you.
Look at the damage on this thing.
Don't give up now, you guys.
Okay. that... Oh, crap. What the hell was that?
Still got some fight in you?
Get ready.
Focus.
Keep it up.
I know you can do it. Bring it home. Ain't done yet.
Come on, come on.
We're kinda in a hurry.
Bad, this is very bad.
No turning back.
Shit.
Hang in there, okay?
Come on.
You need... Oh, damn it.
This fight sucks. This is the worst fight in the game. This fight sucks. Because the bike's not fast enough, so it gets back there and it just takes every freaking moment. Why would you do it this time?
Turning back.
Annoying fight. What is the point of having this fight? You've got an incredible game. Just let it go. It needs half as many hit points, and you need a save point.
It's on you.
Hell yeah!
We're kinda in a hurry. Watch yourself. Don't give up now, you guys. Man, calm down already. Show me what you can do. I'd keep my distance if I were you. Let's pick up the pace.
This part right here is so freaking annoying.
Every little bit helps. Don't give up now, you guys. You can do it. No time for you. Get ready.
There's no rest for the wicked.
Don't give up now, you guys. We're kinda in a hurry. Gotta be slow. I don't want any trouble. Shake it off, okay? Stay strong.
No, no, that's garbage. That missed me.
No need to panic. Keep it up.
Hang in there, okay? Almost had me there.
Keep it up.
Hey, fight's not over yet.
Don't give up now, you guys. Let's pick up the pace. It's on you.
Okay, y'all, let's finish him off. Come on.
Go for the head.
With pleasure.
What? Dang. The fight still sucked, but that was nice of you. Oh, Jesus. Great set piece, just obnoxious fight. Alright, so is what, third try? Oh my god, I get a save spot? Oh my goodness, a save spot. Will wonders never freaking cease? Woo! Wow. Is the bot would rotate just as I drew. Well, the thing that pissed me off about it was the fact that there were times when getting into those wheels, I couldn't catch up to it. Like, it was just too freaking slow. I'm like, God. Just like, come on, dude. Needed one of those. Okay. If this vending machine were a mimic, I do not want to imagine that. Yes, I will officially say that would have sucked. I know that. Who heard rumors of the legend of save spots? I mean, the truth is, the game has been. I mean, like, it's an incredible set of set pieces. Like, I get it, but just you gotta the pacing. You gotta, you know. Still not the hardest fight. The hardest fight in the game so far has been Abzu. The hardest fight was Abzu, and the second hardest fight was what I just did. Because the other fights, even though they were really difficult, I won them first try. So. Blue. Okay. 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 Whew. That was crazy talk.
Okay, asshole, let's...
Don't. And you're wrong.
Those who look with clouded eyes see nothing but shadows.
Everything about you is wrong.
All born are bound to her. Should this world be unmade, so too shall her children.
The world won't end today. But you. You will.
Wow. This music, though.
Listen. Destiny comes.
We drag our asses all this way. And this is the welcome we get.
Ah, Zack.
Boy, oh boy. The price of freedom is steep.
Look at that no materia sword.
Embrace your dreams. And whatever happens, protect your honor. As a soldier! Come and get it!
Zack don't need no materia.
I'm waiting, Cloud.
This is the point of no return.
After the last 4 points of no return. Yeah, so this is the... No. This is the point of no return. Here's the point.
Destiny's crossroads.
And why did you stop me?
I'm not really sure.
What will we find on the other side?
Exactly. The point. And now the point.
Freedom.
What do you mean I missed the subplots?
Boundless, terrifying freedom.
I am being facetious, Sisterma. You realize
like
that,
a
right?
great, never-ending
A little bit.
sky.
Facetious.
What you heard just now were the voices of the planet. Those born into this world, who lived and who died, who returned, are howling in pain.
Because of him, Sephiroth?
Their words, they don't reach him. All these moments and memories,
Exactly. Planet,
precious and fleeting, they're like rain rolling off his back. And when they're gone, he won't cry or shout or anything. He'd tell you that he only cares about the planet, that he'd do everything in his power to protect and preserve it. But this isn't the way it's supposed to be. There's no greater threat to the planet than him. Sephiroth has to be stopped. He has to be. And that's why I'm asking you to help me. I know that together we can do this. But if we do, we'll be changing more than fate itself. If we succeed, if we win, we'll be changing ourselves. I guess maybe that's why I hesitated.
You said it yourself. He has to be stopped.
I agree, Bernard.
And frankly, I've heard enough howling for a lifetime.
It's a good line. When you cross the barrier of whispers, strange and terrible things may be waiting on the other side. Before making the leap, make sure your party is well rested and well stocked with equipment and materia. Vending machine back in the expressway will have everything you need. The turning point. I actually think I have everything I need. I mean, I'd like more. Oh, I can. Okay. Yeah, I mean, exactly. And the concern about, like, them not seeing it at all is just, I mean, sometimes these things are going to be changed. I mean, like, but they've done nothing in this game at all that isn't, you know, honoring, that I've seen, that isn't honoring what's there. I mean, ooh, no, don't sell. I have to buy it. Oh, man. But yeah, they didn't. Okay, they do let you save it. Yep. No, I think, you know, if you're going to change the combat system around, I think they did a wonderful job with it. You know, they wanted to do something different, and they did without making it into some disastrous, like, functional system.
So if we go through that thing, there's no coming back.
This reminds me of the conversations with Mass Effect 3.
I don't know what kind of freedom we're buying, but I know it'll cost us. So if we go through that thing, there's no coming back.
Cloud, we should go. If we wait any longer, I don't know. Cloud, we should go.
What about you, Red?
Is it our destiny to defy destiny? It's an interesting question. Will there be whispers on the other side? Is it our destiny to defy destiny?
Thank you, Cloud. Whatever happens, we'll be okay, as long as we stick together. Thank you, Cloud.
Okay.
Ready?
Who knows?
Never tried to challenge destiny.
This could well be her last line of defense. It won't be easy.
Let's go.
You figure you just leave, you know, just be like, okay, nobody come to this part of Midgard. Just stay clear of that. It's kind of dangerous. Very bad leak.
Wouldn't be the first time I spit in Destiny's eye. Whether you can see the seams or you can't, doesn't change that she's always trying to have it her way. Daddy's coming home real soon, honey.
Interesting that they give that to Barrett.
Don't know about you, but looks normal to me.
Oh, you had to say it, Barrett, didn't you? Had to say it.
Over there.
Crazy. Hello.
You're alive!
Happy to see me?
Wouldn't go that far.
So that there. It's a whisper too, huh?
Looks a lot more like an arbiter of fate than the others.
We can beat them.
Bring it on!
Allow me.
An entity from a future timeline that is manifested in the present day fights with a sword to protect the future that gave shape to it. Unable to read. That's its weakness. Now we're unable to read it.
Here it comes. Take the lead.
Guess it's my turn! Check out this shit right here!
I got this. Stay strong.
Oh, thanks for the raid, Coven. Thank you for the raid, Coven. I appreciate it, man.
Come on, that ain't fair!
Run!
We gotta go!
Just go!
Look out!
My God.
Oh, run, damn it, run! Move your ass!
I appreciate it, Coven. Thanks for the raid, dude. And welcome everybody from Coven Stream. Ow.
Keep it together.
All right, watch and learn. Got a whole heap of land with your name on it. I'm counting on you.
I've got you covered.
That's all you got.
Hang in there. Still it.
Okay.
Don't give up. Yeah. Hang in there.
Bring it. My turn.
Damn it.
We gotta get out of here now.
Still in it.
Okay. This fight is crazy. Nice, dude.
Yes, it's my turn. Hope you don't mind if I fill you full of holes. Give them hell.
Watch yourself.
I got this.
About damn time.
Oh god.
Big bang.
All right.
Let's go.
All right.
Good luck.
My turn. Don't overdo it.
Yes, it's my turn. Come on.
I got it.
Hang back.
Gotta love you. Need my help, do you? Check out this shit right here. You're up.
All set. Come on. There. Go for it. Watch yourself.
I got it.
Okay. Stack.
Take him down.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Got a whole heap of land with your name on it. Don't stop till it's done.
Okay.
Taking over. Take the lead.
Yeah, I'll do it. Boom, gotta love it.
Okay.
I'm counting on you.
Let's finish this! Ah!
That's that.
It's on.
Did we do it?
No, we didn't do it.
Hang on! Aerith!
Definitely did not do it.
What the hell did I just see?
A glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today.
Damn it! How do we stop these things?
Well, the big one is way over there. However,
These guys are right here.
Yeah, I'll do it. Check out this shit right here. What?
Let's do this.
Watch it learn. You got this.
I got
God damn it.
Let's do this.
All right. Watch and learn. Check out this shit right here. Yeah. Ha! Come get
Got this.
Okay, a limit break would be nice here, Cloud.
Enough.
The limit break.
That's it. It's over. Enough. Try this.
Okay. Really use limit break.
Don't overdo it.
Guess it's my turn. Jump on it, asshole! Bring it home!
Taking over. That's that.
Right? Staggered. Let's go.
Enough. That's that. Yeah.
Oh, that's good, Landis. I'm sorry. I've been like focusing on.
This can't be our future.
Oh snap!
The future is always a blank page.
Oh
Them
my
again?
God! They're back.
Least they can do is give us a little breather.
I say we split up. Take them down at the same time.
In that case, Ultra Big Boy is all mine.
Bring it on, bitch.
Man.
Nothing to it. Too easy.
Deal with that.
All set. I'm coming.
Music. Dude, the music.
Stay strong, okay?
Cut that off.
Hang back.
I'll take care of them.
My turn.
My turn. That's bad. Hi. That's terrible.
Let's do this.
Right.
Whisper of a Bahamut.
We can do this together. Heads up. Give it up. Good luck. Here goes.
Great
Can you
job.
take
How about you
over
actually
for
take
me?
over here? You can summon.
Duty calls.
All set.
So it's my turn?
Your turn to freaking.
Cut. Go on.
Why don't you lead the way?
Here goes.
him.
Taking over.
Go on!
Any last words?
This one's for you!
It's on you.
I'll show you what I can do.
You can do is get Tifa back in the game.
Okay, up and at him. Not done yet. Tagging out. Come on! One more shot! I'll take care of him.
Taking over.
So it's my turn?
Let's see.
There. You've got this.
Let's do this.
Let me handle this.
Don't have to do it. Okay, free. Thanks for the help.
Thanks.
Wow, Ifrit.
Gotcha. Ha! Get him. Gotcha. Bingo. Come on. There. Ha!
Okay.
Stay strong, okay?
Oh, oh, oh. Come on, man. That's terrible.
Get him. I'll take care of you.
Got it?
Give me your best shot.
All right, let's go here.
Giving it my all.
Let's go. Sorry I haven't been able to focus on chat at all, folks, but God damn it.
There.
Damn it.
Bingo.
Man. Are you joking me now? Come on, dude.
Stay strong, okay?
Feeling good.
Gotta get into battle.
That's that.
There, now!
Ain't no stopping us now!
Okay.
Did we beat him?
No.
Think so. Okay.
Try this. Shit.
Go on.
Enough. That's that. See ya. It's over. Enough. See ya. It's over. Here it comes. It's over.
I'm gonna show you what Avalanche is made of!
Oh man. Hell yeah, Tifa. Hell yes.
Enough. See ya. Got that. Enough.
Go for it.
Be gone.
Come on, baby. Come on. The Star Shower is my favorite move in the game.
We did it.
Right.
Bring it.
Okay.
There.
Okay. I'd love a limit break from somebody.
Sorry.
Stay strong, okay? Go on.
First try.
Where are we?
I'm waiting, Cloud.
What the hell is this?
This is... Sephiroth.
Sure is as well. Speaking of badass.
Let's finish this.
Let's just take this moment to upgrade our weapons. Oh man.
Fate is not to be taken lightly, Cloud.
Shut up! I got your number.
Unable to read. Lesser resistance to everything. Greater resistance to everything. Immunities to practically everything.
Come, Cloud.
Let's try that again. Let's do this.
Dang.
The planet will claim you.
Here it comes.
Yes, within.
Come on.
Do I frighten you?
Pay attention.
Okay. Good time for a limit break.
You're as good as dead.
It's bad.
Need some help?
Don't know about me. Good to go?
You know it.
Second win.
All set.
Beg for forgiveness.
My turn.
I got this.
Okay. Well, this is a gun. I only had one going into this fight.
Take the lead.
Okay, let's go.
Hang back.
Let's make a potion.
Deal with that.
All set.
Damn it.
Hang in there.
Taking over.
I got this.
Beg for forgiveness.
Let's finish him off. You asked for it. Giving it my all. Don't give up.
Hang back. Is that it? Never again.
There. Okay, let's go.
I'm waiting.
Bingo. Come on.
Crap.
There. Bring it. Oh.
Okay.
Shit. I've got you.
Thank you so much for the raid, Rob. I appreciate it. I'm a little busy fighting the
You okay?
most difficult fight.
Take the lead.
I can still fight.
My turn.
Good to see you, dude. Thanks for the raid, dude. I appreciate it.
Deal with that.
Let me handle this.
Let's do this.
Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it, man. Happy New Year. This game should be fighting Sephiroth, pretty much.
There.
Still in.
Bring it. I've got
Gotta be careful.
I got this. Bingo. It's nothing. I'm not going out like this.
I got this.
Bring it on.
Okay.
Here it comes. Let's finish this.
Alright.
Any last words?
Happy New Year. Thanks, dude.
two having fun.
Let's go.
Oh, the memories.
Still up for it?
Okay. Super Wolf. Definitely needed to summon. Ow, 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 ow. What's up, Incubator?
Hang back.
Let's go.
Have fun.
Thank you so much for the raid, man. Sorry that I'm kind of like, I have to stay like in super focus mode because
Need my help, do you?
Don't give up. Let me handle this.
You will make haste.
I'll be fine.
Taking it. You okay?
Yes, fight's not
Beg
over
for
yet.
forgiveness.
Bring it. You'll get through this.
I got it.
You're gonna feel this one.
really use some ATB. Really use some ATB.
Don't give up. Let's finish this.
I can fix this.
Bastard.
Keep it together.
Mind over matter.
Right as she was going into her somersault. That's the first time that's happened.
Got some fight left in you.
Can't afford to be reckless.
My turn. Be careful.
Damn it, dude.
I can still fight.
I'm up for anything.
Enjoy.
I'll head back.
Don't give up. Not throwing it nuts.
I'm sorry. I'll pay you back. Take the lead.
Why now?
I'll take it. Can't. I won't.
I got this.
I'm up for anything.
Do this right.
See,
Man,
Beg
I
for
trained
forgiveness.
for this.
Be careful.
Enjoy.
just so that's really what this comes down to. Is just so goddamn fast.
I've got you covered.
Taking over. Don't overdo it.
I'm up for anything.
It's on you.
Okay.
forgiveness.
Okay.
Don't give up.
Never again.
Thank you.
Stay strong.
Right.
Don't overdo it.
Beg for forgiveness.
Don't give up. Hang in there. Giving it my
It's down on Barrett's.
Shake it off, okay?
Okay.
No need to panic.
I'm waiting.
Want some more?
No more games.
Well,
Enjoy.
Gonna blow your ass straight to hell.
Pray for me.
Bring in the heat. Want some more?
Give me your best shot.
We get it. About time you showed it.
We can do this.
oh,
We
come
can.
the freak
We
on.
can change it. Make it right.
Dude, this is incredible.
Cloud!
What's up, Trin? I'm like, that has to be one of the greatest boss fights I've ever played. This game is an absolute triumph. An absolute triumph. What an incredible job, I swear. Incredible. Unbelievable.
Careful now. That which lies ahead does not yet exist.
Yeah, it really is. Rob, dude, you got to play this game.
Will become a part of it one day, but I will not end. Nor will I have you end.
Yeah, man. This is incredible. On PC.
The edge of creation.
I don't know, man. The controller is necessary for me on this one.
Cloud, lend me your strength. Let us defy destiny together.
Yeah.
Never.
Please, God, tell me there's a checkpoint. Jesus, the speed! Unreal.
Not yet. Seven seconds till the end. Time enough for you, perhaps.
Yep.
But what will you do with it? Let's see.
Mr. Vice President.
Mr. President.
That's right.
Oh, Hojo. 3, I believe. I think it's 3, right? I mean, this is an absolute triumph. I'm going to just say it right now. There has never been a better remake made. This is the best remake of all time. It's not even close. When you consider what they had to overcome in terms of...
Is that all of them?
Like, how many lines they had to thread together, not just slapping some graphics on it and making it, and calling it a day, but developing and expanding absolutely every aspect of this absolutely absurd what a triumph this is. I'm sorry, but
You see that?
I understand people have issues with Square, but if you can't see this as one of the greatest remake of all time, I don't know what you're looking at. This is unbelievably good. When we get to the end of this part, I will have played over 50 hours on this game, and it was worth every second of it. It's just spectacular. I don't know, Rob, but this is such an incredible standalone. It's not like part 1 is like leaving you hanging. I mean, part 1 is unreal. Oh my god, that Link.
Here.
Thank you.
Marl's hair continues not to quit. No. I'm not saying that they said it's garbage at all. What I meant was that there are some people who have, oh, Biggs did make it. There are people who, though, have, like, general complaints about Square's practices in the past of various reasons. That's all I'm talking about. Now, I know no one has been saying that about this game, but I just wanted to emphasize, like, what an incredible achievement this is. And Marlene's alive.
Marlene!
Daddy?
Graphics are so incredible in this, too. Just absolutely outstanding.
Marlene! I'll come back.
So, what now?
Sephiroth. As long as he's still out there,
I thought you beat him.
We can.
Other segments, though.
We will.
We can. We will.
Count me in.
If it's to be a hunt, you could use a nose like mine.
God, the graphics are just so unbelievable.
I'm in too. Bastard wants to destroy the whole planet, doesn't he? An enemy of hers is an enemy of Avalanche.
Iconic moment. They're doing a wonderful job with this, too, kind of bringing this all through.
Almost there, Cloud. We're almost there.
music, I just... Wow.
I miss it. The steel sky.
I would be lost, drifting alone.
The unknown journey will continue.
Time after time, and there you'd be, shining bright.
This is an absolute triumph. This is an absolute 10 out of 10. Absolute 10 out of 10, and it's not even a question. This is an absolute triumph. The amount of work that went into every aspect of this, every portion of this, from the graphics to the sound to the music to the gameplay to reimagining combat to the materia to the upgrade system to the character development, broadening out the relationship between Tifa and Aerith, making you care about NPCs you never cared about before. Just extraordinary achievement. Honestly, one of the best games I've played in a decade, and an absolute 10 out of 10. I mean, you know, and I know I've been raving about this game since I started playing it, but this is just an I mean, find me a bet. Where's the better remake? Like, what remake, what game has ever been made that is a better remake than this? When you consider how much was on the line, how many people were cynical about Final Fantasy VII, they're like, oh, we've heard it all before, we've seen it so much, why don't you remake 6, why don't you remake 9, why don't you remake 10, why don't you, you know, and to perform like this is absolutely unbelievable. And I want to say, from a storytelling point of view, the game was beautifully subtle at moments, and this is not a game that was known for subtlety. Even now, it's never going to win the award for most subtle story of all time. But there are moments of facial expression and little sort of details here and there that add some nuance to what was otherwise not a very nuanced, you know, game in the past. Just an extraordinary achievement. Absolute 10 out of 10. And all of that will have been over the course of like 50 plus hours of play. It was very challenging, but never obnoxious. Like, the worst fights were the motorcycle fight at the end and Abzu. But honestly, I was and if I may just take a moment to pat myself on the back for just 3 seconds, chat, I'm very proud of myself for that last fight. Like, there was a lot of switching back and forth, and a lot of it is the AI is programmed to focus on whoever has got control, like if you're in control of a given character. So I had to switch back and forth a lot. Items, Phoenix Downs, Mega Potions, and then I was out of those. I had no more elixirs left. You know, regular, like high potions. Absolutely spectacular. And the voice acting was great. Great. Just super great. So 10 out of 10 for me. So Chad, how do you feel about this? I mean, I've seen a lot of you folks talking about this, but what was your, in the end, what was your conclusion about this? Because me, I mean, admittedly, Final Fantasy VII is in my top 10 games of all time. But honestly, I mean, I need to sort of meditate on it a little bit, you know, and wait, sort of let the sort of the high die down a little bit before I assess it. But if I'm going to say that Final Fantasy VII is in my top 10 games of all time, and if I'm going to say that this game exceeds it, and I do, I think Part 1 exceeds Final Fantasy VII, the original. And so if I'm going to put the original in my top 10, I kind of have to put this ahead of it, right? I have to put this in my top 10. Yeah, the motorcycle fight was obnoxious. Okay, so fire away with your lore explanations. And yes, it's termed. There are a few shortcomings, but to me, they just are overwhelmed by how great the majority of this game is. I mean, it's an annoying fight against the racing dude. But honestly, that is overwhelmed by incredible boss fights, extraordinary balance, incredible character building. Yeah, but you know what? I agree with you normally, Stumble, but as an author myself, and a musician who I like to think I know something about the production of art or some kind, I agree with you, but I think that I would like to think of it more as like a shelf. IGN gives 10s like they're going out of style. I give 10s to almost nothing. But if I give a 10 to this, it's because I think this brings us to a new level, right? And then after this, there may be games that there will obviously be, I'm sure in the future, games that exceed it. But this is one of those games that I think you need to sort of put a pin in and say, this was unbelievable, you know, to understand where we are overall. It's low. 9.5. I'll accept that. I'll accept a 9.5 out of 10, yeah. This is a sequel? Well, it's so different in so many ways, I can see that. Oh, God, the music and just... Well, but see, here's the thing, Shatter. I would agree with you more if it weren't for the fact that the end of Final Fantasy VII, the original, is kind of a hot mess. You know, I mean, the original is just sort of is like, what the flip, you know? And so I think that's one of the things that's extraordinary about this game is that this pays homage to the original while still leaving it behind in other ways without... This is exactly what you want a game that is based upon something else to be. You want it to be respectful and yet to go further with what modern technology and, you know, modern art permits you. And so I kind of don't, you know, like, I know what you mean, but I think that this is working with source material and making it into something which is greater than even the sum of its parts. So, you want me to play Crisis Core? At some point, yeah. I don't know, though, Coven. See, but here's the thing, though. This is an intense game. Like, I'm glad that we're going to be playing Sorcery next. Not because Sorcery isn't going to be intense in its own ways at times, but it's just a much slower-paced type of thing. This game, like, literally the last 20 minutes, my heart was just like... Doof, 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 because you have to have, like, maximum focus, maximum... And I'm probably going to be paying for this tomorrow because I'm going to be getting to bed too late. But it was intense. And so... Wait, sorry, I missed this. And so I think if you try to wait until the rest of the parts come out, first of all, that might not be for another decade. And secondly, when you get to that point, do you want to be playing all 3 games do you want like 150 hours of just punch you in the feels? It's like being on the receiving end of a Tifa hit, basically. Oh, dude, it's Rob, I'm telling you, man, it's just so spectacular in every bit of its detail, and it's so satisfying in the oh man, and the music, as you know, Rob, is just off the hook good. I cannot say enough how great the music is, and I'll tell you why else that's important, because every time we get a game like this that shows you how much the music matters, it really helps future games and future people saying, like, where do we spend our money? Spend a little bit of it on music, because oh my god, just incredible. All right, so let's talk facts, chat. We got 2 things to talk about: favorite character in this remake, favorite playable character probably, and favorite move. Favorite character for me in the remake, Tifa, although Red 13 is still amazing, and favorite move is Star Shower because holy crap is Star Shower good. I mean, it just exactly. Well, so that gives them, that means they've got some freedom to work with, Rob, because this was such a triumph, you know, that now they got a lot of stuff to do. More than 2 more games is Turbo? Wow, I thought it was 2 more. Well, I mean, we'll see. Listen, because that's the thing. This is like 54, 55 hours. I mean, and I did a lot of it. I'm not a 100% completion of this, but I probably did like 80% of it. So I did a lot of it, but like 50, 55 hours on part 1. Far superior to, I mean, gotta be honest, this is nothing against Kingdoms of Amalur, but Kingdom of Amalur Reckoning doesn't hold a candle to this. It's not even close. So, you know, Kingdom of Amalur was like a third again the length. It was like, what, 75, 80 hours. But this was far superior for less time. So, you know, mix between Tifa and Aerith. Oh, Star Shower is so good. Yeah, and you know, even Cloud, who was such an edgelord in the first game, becomes far more likable and more reasonable in this game, where you don't feel like you're actively annoyed with him for like 75% of the game. So there's that. And Jesse's cool too. Oh, really? Nice, Illness. Yeah, they did. They did do more of Jesse's backstory. I mean, the Aerith thing. See, I was very much an Aerith fan. I was an Aerith guy when I first played through the game, but for reasons which we're not going to spoil here, I kind of went in a different direction. Not to mention that I feel like I may be in a different place now than I was, back in 97, 98. God, can you believe that's 20 years ago? 23 years ago. 23 years ago, or 22 years ago, whatever it was, I was in a different place in terms of my interests, and I may be more of a Tifa person at this point. Oh God, Johnny. Most annoying NPC was clearly Johnny. I think we can all agree on that. Johnny was no question about that. Yeah, oh man, and Red 13, who was my favorite in the original, if he were a playable character, he might well have been my favorite in this. He was still maybe my favorite NPC. Oh yeah, the Tifa... Well, I'm not going to say anything except to say the Tifa dress, yeah. And everything. We fought the house, like the freaking house fight. Oh, man. Yeah, I will. I'll look it up. You're too busy playing Legend of Dragoon. This is a good thing, too. It shows you these sequences. I'll tell you what, too. If you think of this as basically your closing... basically, this is the swan song for the PS4. This is a hell of a way to go out for the PS4. I think the PS4 has been a very good console, and what a way to go out than to have this as one of your primary last games. And I know they'll still make stuff for the PS4 for a year or two, but like it's basically on the way out while PS5 is on the way in. But, oh man. Mm-hmm. That's fair, Coven. Like Xenogears was like 3 or 4 discs too. Yeah, which I could see, Rob. And I feel like they did so much homage to the like this fight, the haunted fight with the horse. Oh, dude, that was great too. Oh, so many great scenes. Yeah, the Andrea thing. Agree, Andrea was great. And the soldier on the motorcycle from Act 3 was pretty sweet. Yes, that's a good way to put it, Rob. That's a good way to put it. The original was very much a showpiece for PS1. It pushed it as far as it could go, and I think this pushed the PS4 as far as it could go also. I think that's well said, yeah. That's well said. And and this is one of the things that for me, I understand people have differences here, but this is why to me it's never been a question about choosing between Sony and Microsoft, like Xbox and PlayStation. The exclusives on PlayStation, although I understand this is going to be coming to PC, but the exclusives on PlayStation are just better. I mean, I'm sorry, if you look at games like The Last Guardian, if you look at this game that we just played, if you look at other, PS4 exclusives, they're just superior in my view to the Xbox exclusives. It's just Sony knows what it's doing. And I've been there. I remember years ago when a lot of people thought Sony was dead as a game-making company. I've seen when people thought Nintendo was dead as a game-making company. And with the Switch and with the PS4, Nintendo and Sony, respectively, have shown you that they are very far from dead. Very far from dead. Agreed, Rob. And that's the thing, right? The idea that it reminds me very much of, if you haven't read this, I've talked about this series before, obviously Beowulf, the foundation of all Western fantasy really is Beowulf. And Grendel is a book that was written by John Gardner in the mid-1973, which was a response to Beowulf, basically, which is told from the monster's perspective, from Grendel's perspective. What that book does is not just, tell the story from a different place. It expands on elements of the original tale, the original poem. It tells you about Hrothgar, expands upon other characters, Orc, the Shaper, who's the blind priest, the blind bard who sings for Hrothgar. It makes a great work more comprehensible through what it does. And it's speaking to it 1,000 years plus past its time, right? Beowulf, 7th, 8th, 9th century, maybe. We first see it in written form, maybe the 11th or 12th century. And here in the 1970s, this guy writes this work that explicates our understanding of it. And that is what I think this game is doing. This remake really expands on what's there. Now, 20 years later, a lot of the original people were still around to ask, so I'm not saying it's the highest, it's not as high a degree of difficulty as the Beowulf Grendel thing, but I was quite wee. I was, in fact, a year old at that time. Yeah, man, I just am really excited to watch you play it, Rob, because I think it's going to be a lot of fun watching you go through, like, the story beats the music. I'm excited for that. Lost Odyssey. Yeah, that's the one. Is Lost Odyssey the one with Andy Serkis in it? I think that's the one with Andy Serkis, right? Is Terma? Yeah. Last comment about the plot. Sorry. Regarding the plot, this is about Sephiroth trying to alter the original game. Big reason never in this game knows what class went through. Why dodge blocked every swing from his final thing. Yes, I noticed that was happening. I noticed that, like, he's almost foreshadowing it, which is gutsy, right, Shatter? And that's the other thing I like about this. The other thing I like about this is it has guts. It takes chances, but they're good chances. They're not stupid chances. They're confident chances. They're the chances of a team that knows what they've got. They know they've got a good game on their hands. And so there's absolute mastery of it. It reminds me of aspects of the Jason Bourne series in film. The Bourne series has moments where you just know they just get it. They're just on it, they understand what they're doing, and there's just confidence. Even what they're showing you here, these credits with these scenes from the game you just played, it's brilliant because it locks it into your memory. That takes guts and it's confidence. So that plot moment where Sephiroth is constantly making references to something that's going to happen in the future, which he knows, which we know, or the designers, the developers know, 75% of people know the drill. They know what happened in that game. They've certainly seen the memes from it even, right? And so for them to be able to do this, playing off what people already know, and it doesn't require you to have played the original, but if you did, man, the depth. It reminds me also of what The Mandalorian did with Star Wars. Very similar to that. The Mandalorian, its take on Star Wars, does a lot of the same thing. Knowing what its audience is likely to know and playing off of that, but not making it so you have to be a Star Wars fan to understand it. So. Oh, I'm thinking of Enslaved. Okay, yeah, no, I don't know Lost. I mean, I've heard of Lost Odyssey, but I did Divinorium. Yeah, it was great. Oh, I see what you're saying, Shatter. Yeah, I guess. It just didn't bother me. I at that point, I was just so swept up in it, you know? I mean, I'll be totally frank with you, man. Any artist in the stream of any type, any creative in the stream of any type, will say that there are times where you let the momentum of a work carry you past little details that might not would otherwise make sense. Classic example of this, Star Wars. Star Wars has so many things that make no sense. No sense. And yet you just sort of are swept up in it. And when you're not, like what happened with the sequel trilogy, for instance, then the seams show. So, trophy earned, Destiny's Crossroads. Chapter selection is now been unlocked. You can play any chapter from the beginning. Great way to tackle uncompleted quests, find story elements you missed the first time, though, and more thoroughly explore Midgar. Hard difficulty is now unlocked. Yeah, hell no. Items cannot be used, and only HP is restored at rest spots. Are you... No, thank you. A record of your adventure can be viewed from System Play Log in the main menu. Ooh, I want to look at that. Log contains information from battle records to story branches. Okay, wait, let me go up here. Hold on. What did you say is Terma? You're an immortal. There's a main story. I'll gloss over. It's more to these short stories called Chronicles of 1,000 Years. Have these awesome memories, amazing memories of his 1,000 years. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Interesting, Coven, interesting. Yeah, no, that's where you're wrong, Shatter. I'm deeply afraid of it and have no interest in playing it. You can skip the bike minigame. That's funny. That's funny. You can skip the bike minigame. I wonder if one of their playtesters was like, yo, that bike game, And the truth is, I actually like the bike minigame, except for that one last boss fight. Like, honestly, the only parts of the game that I was a little bit like, ugh, the only parts were Abzu, the first time I fought him. Not the second time, the first time. He was a pain. And the other one was the fight against the bike fight, the motorcycle fight. Everyone else, even the hard fights, were there. All right, good night. Good night, Rob. Happy New Year, dude. Thanks, my friend. Okay. All right, first of all, we're going to save this game right the hell now. Second, I do want to just quickly check the battle log. Oh, man. I'm just... And that's what it is. And so it looked like it turned out to be 50 hours. 50 hours of gameplay. A 50-hour triumph. Absolute triumph. I am so happy that I made this my game of the year. This is so much my game of the year. Like, in 2020, it's not even close. Like, it's... Honestly, as great as The Witcher was, and I loved The Witcher, this definitely, especially with all of the last few hours, surpassed it. Yeah, I should rephrase that a little bit. It wasn't an annihilate. It didn't destroy The Witcher in terms of how good it was. The Witcher 3 was great, especially with the DLCs. It's more just how well this did. So this was definitely the one to go, for sure. Okay, I want to see the battle log. The play log, rather. Okay, battle intel reports completed. 15 out of 20. Not bad. It wasn't until the motorcycle fight that I really got my attack level up, by the way. Because I couldn't figure out a way to get it up to 600%. It got up to a lot more than that. I didn't do any Coliseum challenges. I did 1 out of 14 simulation battles. Yeah, the hell with that. I only did 24 out of 26 odd jobs, and I think that's because there were some that I did that meant I couldn't do others. So 108 out of 114 enemy intel, pretty good. 91 out of 114 enemies assessed, pretty good. 9 out of 24 weapon abilities learned, marginal. 2 out of 4 enemy skills learned. I'm glad I didn't do more with that materia. It's annoying. 8 out of 56 manuscripts obtained. I did not do much with that. 27 out of 31 music discs collected. That's pretty good. 1 out of 3 for Cloud, Tifa, and Eris dress obtained. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Chapter 14 resolutions witnessed. 1 out of 3. Chapters cleared on hard difficulty. 0 out of 18. And that's where it's going to stay. Because this guy is not going to do that. Well, I have played a little bit now Final Fantasy XIV as Terma. I have more of it that I'm going to try to play. So I'm with you that, you know, it seems like it looks like it's pretty solid probably. But I don't know, man. It's going to have to go a long way to catch up with this. A long way. Quite honestly. Okay, so I want to take a look at this trophy. Trophy earned, Destiny's Crossroads. Okay, I still think the rarest one that I found, common, 55.1, 53.2. So that's the other thing too, over half of the people finished this game who started it, which is not always the case. All right, I want to sort this by rare. My rarest one, my rarest trophy, Hardened Veteran. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. That right there, Divine Gratitude. So I finished all the quests that I could in that one area, 36.1. I think that's my rarest one, was Divine Gratitude. And the other one, that was pretty good, Sultan of Squad. I finished all those, 43.4. The other thing was Crate Annihilator, 48.2. It was that one, Heavenly Dart Player. That almost ended up being the rarest one for the entire game, and I got it in like the first 10 hours or whatever, but this turned out to be a little bit rare. So... we'll see. Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe so. But, man, what a great, great game. Absolutely worth every single cent. Absolutely worth it. So, and it means that we finished actually 2 sessions earlier than I expected we would. Why did it do that? Oh, that's why, because I'm hitting the wrong button. Incredible. Okay. So it's way too late, and I didn't do the Pro Pull-Up Challenge. No. No, I did the best I could, but at a certain point, I was just like, you know what? You know what, boss? This is not how we're gonna roll. So yeah, I gotta get to bed. But this was super, super awesome. I was just absolutely delighted. And it means that tomorrow we're not going to be doing Final Fantasy VII Remake because we finished it. It means that starting tomorrow, we are going to be starting with, Coven Guy's going to be happy about this, and also the Dunsels, who are huge fans of this game. We are going to be starting with, get hyped, chat, Inkle's Sorcery Book 3, a very different experience, and that's good. I'm looking forward to dialing it back a notch. This was great, and I'm glad that I basically finished it in 2020 plus a day. But yeah, we're dialing it back. We're slowing it down a little bit. So we are going to finish that. That is going to be the next game up. And then after that game is done, next up is going to be maybe a couple levels of Hades, although I don't know. That may just be a game that I play myself off stream a lot. Then it's going to be into Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete Mask of the Betrayer. I did have Final Fantasy Tactics up there, but I think I'm going to drop that back a little bit in the list now for two reasons. One, because Sneaky Teak has been playing it, and so there's that. Also, at the moment, I'm a bit Final Fantasied out. I want to, kind of swing away from that for a bit. So we'll see. The ones that I'm pretty confident, Sorcery I'm doing next. Maybe a couple of things with Hades. I don't know, though. Again, a little maybe too twitchy at the moment. So I think Mask of the Betrayer will be up next. Waiting for like a year. Yeah. Sorcery. I know it's actually been about a year and a half. So, but that's up next. You folks will get your Sorcery books 3 and 4. And then probably either Hades-ish or Mask of the Betrayer. And then maybe 7 The Days Long Gone. We'll have to see how I'm feeling at that point about playing a depressing RPG. I don't know, possibly. But nah. No, I played Final Fantasy VII twice, I think, all the way through, Hillness. And after playing this game, I have no desire to go back to it. It's a great game that will always have a special memory in my heart, but nah, I'm good. I'm excited now for part 2 of this game, and I'm glad that it's not going to be here for a couple of years. To be perfectly honest, I'm only because like it was intense. Like it was an intense experience that was fully worth it. But, whew, yeah. So that's the deal with that. This was great. I'll replay it for part 2. And no. So, yeah. Well, I was thinking about the golden saucer and like all these things. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot more for them to do, but now they can really weave the story the way they want to. So, absolutely great. Anyway, I got to rise up on out of here, folks. This was amazing. And thank you to all the raiders from Zach's channel, the raiders from Rob's channel, the raiders from Coven Guy's channel. Thank you, everybody. And I'm sorry that I wasn't, usually when I get a raid, I'm able to stop and kind of, but I was, as you all saw, like in full focus mode, and I needed it. Like I needed, as I say, I'm very proud of myself in that last fight. That was not an easy fight. And I'm very happy with how I played the last 45 minutes of that game, but it required all of the like concentration to get that done. So thank you so much for being a part of it, because it was super great. It was awesome. And also Landis, just quickly, I'm glad to hear that things are doing better in terms of like the negative test and all that. I'm glad to hear that, Landis. I did catch up on that as I was reading through it. I just couldn't comment because, again, too much stuff going on. But I'm glad to hear it, and it's good to have you here and all that kind of good stuff. So, so Happy New Year for all of that stuff. Other than that, though, I think we are. Oh, look at that! Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I think I see exactly who we are going to raid. Okay, so we're going to do a raid. Before we do that, though, I want to remind everybody about ways to support us here in the channel. If you enjoyed this game and enjoyed the playthrough as much as I did, then please support us here in the channel. There's a lot more where that came from. Please follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube, !ArvTube. I'm trying to get a lot more people to subscribe to that, because that is a backup option in case something ever happened to Twitch. I don't expect or hope that it will, but just in case, it'd be nice to be, sure. And so monetizing it means I need to get to 1,000 subscribers, and as of yet, I've only got 675, I think, 676, something like that. So any assistance there would be very much appreciated. !ArvCord is the Discord channel, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Then we have, I think, over 210 members there, so that's going really well too. !ArvTweets is the Twitter, or you can follow me over there, and I always tweet when I go live. I talked about other things as well, so please consider jumping on board with that. Thank you, Coven. And then exclamation point, ARVcord for that. And then the website for all this is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, you can support me by supporting the shop, exclamation point ARV shop, which has a bunch of merchandise from Infinity and Beyond, which is going to be starting up in a couple of weeks again. And of course, Adventures of Middle Earth, which you will see again coming up in a couple of weeks too. Soon to be Esper Genesis stuff there as well. Exclamation point ARV Treon is that Patreon. We're trying to get this packed up as much as we can. Not yet, Coven, but I'm going to rectify that soon, my friend. Blah 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 blah. What was I saying? So yes, exclamation point ARV exclamation point ARV. Oh yes, ARV Treon, the Patreon, which again that slipped a little bit down just because there's many reasons why it probably has. But any support that people can give, that's where I get the least fees I have to pay there. So that really does help if people are able to support over there. And then we've got on the financial side as well, subbing to the channel, and you can get inspirations by subbing to the channel. You can get that from the Patreon as well as other material, plus stuff for the channel as a whole. And subbing also will give you custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff. So that's very much appreciated. On the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus, if you like, winged angels type figures that fall into volcanoes sometimes, then you might like Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. We're really trying to push that some this year, so please consider checking it out with exclamation point Icarus. Exclamation point Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and sourcebook coming from Alligator Alley Entertainment. It's already out in digital. In print, it's on the U.S. shores. It's just heading to the Tennessee warehouse, where it's then going to be sent to far and wide to all the fulfillment. Thank you all for having been so patient about it. The hardcover is going to be amazing. Again, they did a great job on the book. It's just pandemic is a thing. So there's that. And then we have, last but certainly not least, on that score, exclamation point Greyshade KS, details of my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be launching in early February, if all goes well. And I will be talking more about that in the next couple of weeks to come, because it's going to be a big one for me. Last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, because it continues to be important to affirm and assert that Black lives do matter now more than ever. Please go there for information about political advocacy, about support for education, and also, of course, resources, places where you can donate as well. While I'm on that subject, by the way, if you're a voter in Georgia, please make sure to vote. If you haven't already done so, make a plan to do so. Please get everyone you know to do so. This is the Senate. A lot is riding on this runoff election in Georgia. I think we have a chance, but it's going to cause we need everyone to pull together here, just like everyone pulled together against Sephiroth. If they can beat Harbinger and Sephiroth in this game, you can do the same with this. So please consider jumping on board. And if you're not in Georgia, letting, maybe texting, donating, that sort of thing. We're in the home stretch of that. And then we can stop thinking about electoral politics for a little while, but we're almost to that home stretch. So hang in there. Let me see. The last thing is exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Been a very difficult year, obviously, that we just got through, and the holidays are difficult for people often anyway. We're starting to move past those now, obviously, but in the meantime, please consider going over there. That is the World Health Organization page that will give you resources and information, so that will be good as well. That is going to do it for today. We are going to do a raid, and the raids are very simple. If you are not a sub, you are going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are not a sub, or rather, that's if you are a sub. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this, the Arvanauts Have Landed, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And then, of course, Arvany Roar is in there as well. So any of that stuff would be much appreciated. That's going to do it for me. Please stick around for the raid. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Hillness, J-Rab, Jedi Burner, Rock God, Shadow Mage, and Coven Guy. Best in the business. Thank you all so much. Thank you as well to my subscribers, Hillness, J-Rab, Jedi Burner, Rock God, Shadow Mage, is Terma, Mr. Raider, Mrs. Dunsel, and Trendane. And thank you so much to all of those who contributed to my Patreon as well that are in that group also. Thank you to Abba Costello, another TT viewer, Aiden, Base Boost, Casino Thanks, Clear Your Browser, this, not about at all. Club Penguin Veteran, Coffee Be Black, Commander Root, Counting Coup, Danny Boy, Divinorium, Droop Dog, Evil of the Mad, Joan to Fort, Landis the Thief, Let's Do This Music, Massive Death, Maybe Look Out This Window, neither of those are bots at all. Let's Do This Music and Maybe Look Out. Mike Bimeo, Nuclear Pigeons, that's great. Recret Raven, Swarm of Cats, Tauntoms, U Christensen, VNK, and Virgo Praz. Thanks so much, everybody. Much love to all of you wonderful people. And I will see all of you folks Saturday. By the way, Saturday is probably going to be starting a little later, 8 p.m., maybe a little after that, when we get started with Sorcery, the Seven Serpents, which is up next. That's it for me. Much love. Thanks, everybody. And I will catch all of you people later on Saturday. Final Fantasy VII Remake complete. Triumph. Brilliant game. Super proud that I did it. And now I'm going to go sleep. Be good to each other. Have a good night. Huh?